go 1. Let's go 2. Let's get the static off the screen. That's the wrong layout. What's good, baby? What's good, baby? Happy Juneteenth. You know what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Dr. David, welcome back, my brother. Nope. No, they sure didn't. Thing is, we could have taken it, but yo, it's draft week. It's draft week, baby.
Draft week. Business picking up.
Mic on.
Business picking up.
Yeah, I know, CJ. We're gonna get a new one. That's actually just our social media graphic that I just threw up there. We're gonna have a new one for before the show starts. Motherfucker, you either. Hey.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yeah. What's good, baby? One more time. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, and we welcome you in here to the Juneteenth edition
Indeed.
of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We're gonna go ahead and just see if we can run this one time. Can we let that play? Come on, man. Shout out to those that took the day off. Knowing y'all should have been at work.
I say we want to keep moving until we get what we deserve.
Yeah.
We've been built and we've been scorned. We've been treated bad, talked about.
Talk about it.
Come on.
Good at that.
Just as you, as it takes you eyes to make a pair. Brother, we can't quit until we get our share.
Man,
Say it now.
come on now.
Say it now.
We out here. This is not
One more
good
time.
today.
Say it now.
Yep.
I worked on jobs. With my feet in my
Man,
hand.
that's the godfather of soul
Do all
right
the
there.
work I did before the other man.
I don't even want to turn this off.
Now we the man of
You
chance.
two got the
Do
clothes
things for
off.
ourselves.
Come on,
Tired
man.
of beating our head against the wall.
Y'all know
Working
what
with
it
someone else. Say it loud.
Yep.
Wow.
Come on, man.
Say it loud.
Happy Juneteenth, baby.
Say it loud.
Don't let anybody
Say it loud.
mischaracterize what this day is. They want to ban books. They want to ban history. Don't let them do it. Don't let them do it.
All right. Out of sight.
Everybody got to learn it.
All right.
Learning never stops. Education never stops.
We killing me.
All time right here.
Say it loud. Now we the man of chance.
He up there.
Think for ourselves.
He's on the list.
We're tired of beating our heads against the wall and working with.
Man, I don't want to cut this off.
Legend. Legend.
You think about how many hip hop records sample James Brown. When it comes to hip hop, man, James Brown is up there. I mean, Prince moves like James Brown. Like everybody wanted to move like James Brown.
He's one of them. He's on the split list for sure.
One more time, James. Come on, man. Be in here, baby. Appreciate you so much for being with us again. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. It's draft week, man. There is so much to talk about here today. There is so much here to talk about this week. There was a trade yesterday. Bruh. What? Now, shout out to those that were with us on Thursday. I understand we hit you with a lot on Thursday. But shout out to those that were with us because you knew that it really boiled down to it was going to be Miami or Phoenix. Man, I was thinking about something. You tell me if this is too Oliver Stone like.
Okay.
Too much JFK here. Just thinking about, a lot was made about what's Mark Bernstein, but his agent, Bradley Beal's agent, essentially traded his client Bradley Beal to the team that his son is now the CEO for, the Phoenix Suns. And I think back to Chris Haynes, our good friend Chris Haynes,
our guy Chris Haynes. Shout out to Charlene's.
Indeed, in Elk Grove, get all your beauty supply products there at Charlene's.
Absolutely, going there soon to get some beer bomb. I need some.
I think back to Chris's original tweet that said Chris Paul has been informed he's going to be waived. And we both had the opinion that this is an opinion. We did not ask Chris Haynes this. This is our opinion. That information probably came from Chris Paul. Chris Haynes got his information directly from Chris Paul. Again, just a guess. The guess was given a little more credence a little bit later when Shams and Woj jumped on the story from a different perspective. They had a perspective about, there's going to be different options with Chris Paul, whether it's a waive, a stretch, or a trade. Okay, that was clearly from a team perspective, right? So you had two different perspectives on the Chris Paul deal. And I went Brian Windhurst this morning thinking, why would that happen? Shortly thereafter, the Bradley Beal stuff comes out. And there's really nothing there except if Michael Winger decides he's going to make a change, he'll work with Bradley Beal's team to find him a destination.
Yeah.
And we noted that's pretty funny. He has a no trade clause. Bro, you don't have a choice. And so I started to think, how are these two things linked together? Chris Paul's contract was a big reason this deal was able to be pulled off. Chris Paul yesterday made at minimum an extra $10 million than he would have if he was waived by the Phoenix Suns. I don't think those two reports, the original Chris Paul report and the original Bradley Beal report, I don't think those two are mutually exclusive. I think they link together. And I think we saw why they linked together yesterday. Chris Paul, from the Washington perspective, well, really from the whole trade perspective, was the centerpiece of this deal. Everybody talking about Bradley Beal moving, and I get all that, but the question was always going to be, we're going to have to move Ayton, right? They're going to have to move, and then what are you going to do? You're going to move DeAndre Ayton. You're going to have no one in that position. What are you going to do after that? Well, they don't have to, because you could trade Chris Paul at a higher guarantee than you would have if you cut him. So now you're trading Chris Paul at roughly, I think it was $27 million to make the trade legal. Now, Washington could do whatever they want to, whether it's trade him, whether it's cut him, whether it's cut and stretch him, whatever it is. They could do whatever they want, buy him out. But I think those two reports are linked together. To conspiracy theory?
No, so what are we? I'm trying to follow along. So what are we saying here?
The original idea was to always go to Phoenix. There was no Miami. There was no Sacramento. There was no. There's one other team out there in there. I don't remember what the other one. Milwaukee. It was never going to be any of those. It was always going to be Phoenix. It was going to be Phoenix from jump.
So where did the initial one from Chris Haynes come from?
Chris Paul was told, hey, we're moving on from you in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
If it comes down to it, we'll just cut you.
Right.
And you'll get the $15 million. You can go sign where you want to.
Right.
That's relayed to Chris Haynes.
Yep.
However long later it was, we get the other perspective. Well, there's a variety of options on the table for Chris Paul.
So let me stop.
Putting the league on notice, Chris Paul is available for a trade.
Well, let me stop right there, because I heard a lot of people talking about it was so dumb for Phoenix to come out and say, they were going to waive him or cut him when they did. And to your point, the Suns didn't do that.
Right. Chris Paul did.
They told Chris Paul.
Yep.
And Chris Paul said, well, I'm going to get in front of this. I don't care what it does for your guys' trade, proposals or anything like that. I'm going to get in front of this and let everybody know this is what's happening. So, hey, I'm open for business. They're open for business. When we saw Shams and Woj, that was the Suns' response to trying to get out in front of that, right? Like, no. Well, he's not going to get cut. Like, we're still trying to work some things out. They're trying to play a little damage control, right? That's how you read it too.
Damage control or narrative shaping.
So here's the thing: if Chris Paul doesn't talk to Chris Haynes, do you think he gets out from Phoenix that they're going to cut him?
No,
I agree. So then after that, now.
And I still think this deal takes place exactly the same way we saw it.
Okay.
Because that stuff worked behind the scenes. Because I'm sure somebody was like, yo, how did this get out? I'm sure no one looked at how it got out. I think everyone there knew how it got out. Yeah. Chris Paul stuff got out. But I still think everything happens the same way. I still think this Washington-Phoenix deal happens.
Oh, yeah. I agree.
But the point is, we talked last week, and we'll talk more about Sacramento, and there's Miami and there's Milwaukee. I don't buy it. I don't think he was ever going to say. I think it was Phoenix, and that was it.
Why do you think he wants to go to Phoenix?
I don't have a freaking clue. I have no idea. He's going to get. I have no clue.
I mean, Phoenix
I don't get it.
Nice place to live. They're going to be in contention-ish with this group.
I don't know, man. I don't know what my, because I believe, I think there are conflicting reports as to whether Miami actually submitted a deal, like actually said, here's what we'll offer you. Because the way I thought the way Shams laid out this situation yesterday, I feel like some things may be terribly mischaracterized. The way Shams laid it out, and I'm not criticizing Shams. He's one of the best at what he does. He made it seem like there's a Sacramento deal and a Milwaukee deal, a Phoenix deal, and a Miami deal. Mm-hmm. And Bradley Beal went, I want that one. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's what happened. I think Washington did talk to Miami and did talk to Milwaukee and did talk to Sacramento. I think the team that actually submitted a firm deal was Phoenix. And I think the team that Washington was most engaged with was Phoenix, because they knew from jump that's where Bradley Beal wants to go.
I agree.
But again, to your question, I have no idea why, because as we'll spend some time talking about today, I don't get it. This team is like feast or famine in the regular season. Like, they could be electric in the regular season if all those guys are playing.
I don't even think they can be that electric.
I don't think so either, but I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt because these are three supremely talented individuals, and we're talking about the regular season. But we get into another 7-game series, third rounds of the playoffs.
I've been trying for the last 24 hours or less than that or something like that, trying to figure out how this works, because I want to be fair to that trade. I like Bradley Beal, I like Booker more than I did in the past, at least. And I like KD. And it's like, all right, well, let me keep trying to look at the other side and see how this works out. I can't find it, man. I can't find it.
With you.
I can't find how this, because when you make a move like that, it's to win an NBA championship. I can't figure out how this move leads to them winning an NBA championship. I'm not even sure I can find a way they can get to the NBA finals.
And that's all this move was about. And man, I felt like this Phoenix Suns team had a solid window open up for them about 2 years ago. And that joint just that window isn't shut. But when it shuts, that thing is going to slam so hard the glass is going to shatter. We're just getting started. We got a lot. Am I a little too off base with that line of thinking?
No, I mean, I absolutely can understand that and see where you're going with that. And when you talk about the connections between the two franchises or the agent and the franchise, yeah, I can absolutely see that for sure.
We'll come back. We're just getting started. We'll talk about more the Sacramento aspect of this. We'll talk more about that team. $723 million. What is the significance of that number? We've got that coming up. James Ham will be with us, man. We're going to have a good Monday. We're so happy that you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. And Polka Pro, if you're still watching, I know you didn't think your ass was getting in here on Juneteenth. No, my brother. Oh, he did.
What did he say something?
I don't know. I got rid of him though. He just created another new account. You're always welcome here, man. Always.
Happy Juneteenth, everybody.
Oh man, Manny. Goodness gracious, that album was incredible.
Keanu who?
Is it Lede? It's got a little accent over it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't know she had a new
album. I mean, didn't miss.
And
you know who else's album is dope? I'm supposed to say this. Gunna's album is kind of hot.
Oh, the single was dope.
That album hits.
Like, yeah, I'm not surprised because the single, he went hard on the single.
I was listening to him on the way downtown yesterday. Like, I don't know if I'm supposed to like this as much as I do. Like, this is cool.
The Gunna stuff it's interesting. It's interesting.
Killer Mike was hot too.
Killer Mike always come with it.
Killer Mike dropped the song with Future, and I paused because I thought it was Andre. I was like,
3 Stacks had a verse out that came out the other day.
Yeah, it's on Killer Mike's. Yeah, it's on Killer Mike's album.
Bodied it again.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought Future was Big Boy. Not Andre. I thought Future was Big Boy. I was like, oh, did they just didn't say Outkast? Oh wait, that's not Andre. That's what I'm saying. He did. K-Bo dropping heat. He ain't switch on me though. Yeah, Killer Mike hit too.
See,
Killer Mike hit too.
That's the thing though, man. Like, I don't know, man. People be running with that. I don't know if that's exactly how it went down, man. But that's the only thing that matters is the perception. But
the music industry has been awfully forgiving. Y'all might want to forgive them for this. Y'all have forgiven worse.
For sure. And like I said, you don't even know if that's what happened. You don't even know if that's what happened. The funny thing about that is there's a few people that are home in that case the same way, that are closer to the situation than Gunna. But don't nobody talk about them. They talk about Gunna. So I don't really know what happened. So yeah, I don't know.
Hey, keep making records like you just dropped, and I'm all good with it. I'm all good with it. Yeah, that's actually the last verse I heard before I got out the car. That's not a combo I expected either when that album dropped.
I catch a beat running like Randy Moss. See, I gotta check that out. There was too much going on this weekend.
This is for y'all. Found out this morning.
Mm-hmm.
We will, in fact, be at the California State Fair July 26th.
There we go. Is that Genuine?
Nope.
Is that Ashanti?
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes, we will in fact be there.
What is Genuine? Anybody know?
I don't know. The only two they had on the board was one for the end and one for us.
Okay. Genuine.
They're gonna have to start telling. No, I'll tell you. Man, we're gonna have a day today. You want to get in on the phone lines? Share your thoughts on what went on this weekend. Share your thoughts on what's gonna go on this week. Maybe what's gonna go on the next couple of weeks, man. It should be an exciting couple of weeks for sure.
I think the next few days is gonna be crazy.
Could be.
Could be crazy. A lot of speculation going on.
Feels like all eyes on Portland.
All eyes on Portland. See what they're gonna do.
I mean, still a lot. We talked about. Okay, when when we said Phoenix might be the center of this offseason, not quite what we meant. But they still like that. There's virtually no way they can keep DeAndre Ayton. I said $723 million before I left. That's the guaranteed money through, I think, the 27-28 season. That's the dedicated salary to DeAndre, Book, KD, and Bradley Beal. $723 million over the course of the next handful of seasons. And as you said, and I'm completely with you, is anybody in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN1320, anybody out there on the Odyssey app, anybody listening on ESPN 1320 want to hit us up? Anybody think that Phoenix is a title contender right now?
No.
Did anybody look at this move like, oh, who's stopping this team?
No.
Like everybody. Like, yeah, they could win 50 games. They could win 60 games if two of those three guys play 65 plus games, but past that, I don't see it.
I don't see it, and I like all the players involved. I was the one here saying the Kings should go get Bradley Beal, so obviously I like him as a ball player.
Can you stop right there?
Yeah.
Do you think they made an offer?
Absolutely.
Like a real one?
I thought they had talks. Like they really talked about it. They really talked about what it would take. They inquired. I don't know if this happened before or after the report that he would waive his no trade clause for Sacramento. But I absolutely think they made a call and figured out, all right, well, what does this look like? Like, what are you guys looking for? What are you interested in on our roster or something like that? They had some talks to figure it out. Now, I don't know if they got an opportunity if they even got an opportunity to make an offer, if they were willing to make an offer, if there was an offer presented to them and they said, nah, but here's a counter. If the counter even got to them, I don't know. But I think the talks were really had. I don't know how.
Do you think? Oh, I'm just, God, this conspiracy is expounding. I got another thought there. Do you think the Sacramento Kings? I don't know if did they put together a serious offer? Do you think they put something together in which they thought Washington would really entertain and Bradley Beal would really entertain?
And offered it to, and like said, Washington, this is what we're offering?
Yeah.
My first thought is yes.
Okay.
And
because mine's no.
My first thought is yes. And maybe I'm getting caught up in the wording of some of the reporting, but I think it was Sham's report said Bradley Beal went to Phoenix where there were better offers on the table. There were better offers on the table. Well, some would think there were better offers on the table. He still decided to go to Phoenix. If that's true, from everything that I'm hearing, I don't think Miami made an offer. I think Milwaukee. I don't think
Miami did either.
I think Milwaukee was in there. Maybe they made an offer.
Couldn't Milwaukee have just gone to Chris Middleton and say, "Hey, bro, can you opt in?" Because you could have. Because am I bugging? Could you have traded Chris Middleton for Bradley Beal straight up? Chris Middleton would have had to have opt in.
Yeah.
But if you're Washington, that salary's gone in a year.
Yeah.
And you're just clear.
It's not far off from the Chris Paul.
Right.
Chris Paul is expiring. He's expiring, right?
Chris, yes, next year's he has a contract next year, but it's like this year was like half of it was guaranteed, and which that's changed since the trade, but next year none of it's guaranteed.
Right.
So he could have been he was essentially a football player next year. He could have been cut and owed nothing.
So I'm, like I said, reading the little tea leaves here and trusting the reporting that's coming our way. I think there's a good possibility the Kings did make an offer.
Okay.
What do you think? You think they made an offer?
I think they had talks. The thing that I'm just so hung up on, this is where I was saying I think my conspiracy theory might be getting out of control here. The thing that I'm so hung up on is when we learned of the news of the Bradley Beal tie to the Sacramento thing, when we learned that, in that same conversation, the same exact conversation, we learned it's probably Miami or Phoenix. Like it's like that's where they're at. Like it's Phoenix or Miami. And I feel like the Sacramento, the Miami, all of that stuff got out after, because they were already they were already talking to Phoenix and maybe Miami too. They were already talking to those two teams. And I feel like that's why all of this stuff became public. Because when we're talking Thursday, we broke that story Thursday at what, like 12:15 to Sunday.
Yeah.
We're talking a span of, like, this thing escalated from if Michael Winger is going to reset. And that's the funny part about all of this. If Michael Winger was going to go the rebuild route, the new general manager in Washington, he'd work with Bradley Beal on his team. It went from if to he's traded on Sunday. It was a span of 4 days.
Right.
I feel like by the time we learned about it, maybe Sacramento had already talked to Washington by that time.
Probably so.
I
mean, this stuff seems like it was already in motion before we heard about it.
That's it.
You know,
that's the part, right?
Yeah,
that's 100% what I believe.
So I don't, and the part that I don't know is, was it already in motion? The Kings heard that report, because once again, that was all, maybe that was just to throw people off, but that was kind of randomly put in there. That always stuck out to me, that the Kings were put out there that, I'd waive my no trade clause for that. So I don't know if that was a bad signal to the Kings to make an offer.
Well, what if Monty called? What if Monty called Washington and was like, "Hey, what would it like? Are you interested in trade? You know, Michael Winger is a new general manager."
Cole called.
Sure.
Because I would think he would call afterwards.
After the story.
After that. Well, I think it was in a story, but the tweet that was randomly out there, like, "Hey, Bradley Beal would trade his no trade call
for the radio show
for the that's right, but trade his no trade clause would
waive his no trade clause for Sacramento. That
sounds like, hey, if it was all on the up and up, which goes against your conspiracy theory, if it was all on the up and up, then that was a bad signal.
See, well, I'm not going to go against my own conspiracy theory. I think somewhere with someone that conversation had already been had. Something ignited the would you waive your no trade clause for Sacramento. What I tried to find out that day was, did it come from Sacramento? Like, did Sacramento call and ask? And I couldn't get a definitive answer to that. I don't think it was a bat signal. Okay. I think there was already something there.
Okay. Yeah, it's
because, to your point that you made earlier, if there was, the better offer 2 days ago, if there was a better offer or better offers that Shams was referring to, and he had an actual genuine interest in coming here, why wouldn't he? But I guess the better offer isn't Bradley Beal's concern. Right. The better offer is Washington's concern.
Well, exactly. And maybe there's a power ranking, so to speak, of Bradley Beal's wish list. Like, I didn't want to go to Phoenix first, Miami second, Sacramento third.
They say this is a big rich town.
You say power rankings. I'm gonna hit the button, man. Come on.
I just come from the poet's paw. So maybe all Phoenix had to do was have a real offer, and that was Brad's first choice.
And maybe we get caught up, like I think about the better deal 2 days ago will always be a punchline in Sacramento. He was essentially talking about an extra first round draft pick that they were like, okay, we're not offering that now.
Right.
We're probably talking about first round picks versus second round picks, or first round picks versus pick swaps, because that's all Phoenix could offer. They can't offer a first round pick.
Right.
They can only offer the right to pick swap, which is probably the safest thing you could do for the next couple of years. Could look a little crazy in 2029 or 2028, but it's fine next year. It's fine the year after, because they're going to finish with a better record than Phoenix, or they're going to finish with a better record than Washington, and Washington isn't going to want to pick swap.
And I generally don't have a problem with that school of thought, with the drafts. And like if you got a team that's you can put together that's going to win a championship, and don't worry about them picks. We ain't worried about that. Like we'll figure out ways besides that. I don't worry about the picks at all. But the problem with this situation is this isn't a good fit. I don't believe it's a good fit. You don't have a point guard, then unless you get one, which you may be able to get one. This seems fairly easy to be able to get some type of point guard in an Ayton trade if you move on from him, if you're able to move on from him. But if you don't fill that point guard position, I don't know what's going to happen there. You're going to put Booker at the point. That didn't go well before.
No.
And you're also going to be small. You try and play all three of those guys at the same time. All three of those guys are going to be on the court at the end of games. And if you move on from DeAndre Ayton, now you're talking about Londale, Bismack Biyombo. Like they're trying to do what the Heat did, but they're not as good as the Heat. I'm talking about the Heat with LeBron, Wade, and Bosh.
Right.
Like they're not as good as them. When like they could afford to have Joel Anthony out there.
Mm-hmm.
This Suns team, they wouldn't even be able to have Carmelo Anthony out there. They're not that good.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Carter, they can't even have him
Damn.
out there.
Anthony Lamb, Greg Anthony, Cole Anthony. Yeah, any Anthony.
John Paul says campaign can start. That's a failure.
Well,
that's a failure. Campaign is not a starting point guard on a championship team. And I don't know if he's being serious or not, but I'm just saying, if anybody had any thoughts of campaign starting for this team, that's just a failure.
It could be though. That's the thing. Like, and it very well may be a failure, but I do think that's in their thinking right now.
They're looking a mess. Ishbia is looking like a mess.
Oh,
Ishbia is looking like a complete mess right now.
I tweeted something yesterday, excuse me, and I apologize that I may have framed it as a opinion when in fact I believe it's a fact. Okay, I did want to look this up real quick. They did acquire Jordan Goodwin in this deal too, who is a point guard.
Some people like Jordan Goodwin, and that's cool. But I don't think he's going to be Rajon Rondo to that Celtics big three.
I got you, but that's probably what they're hoping, or they're hoping campaign can do it. I tweeted Isaiah Thomas is absolutely running the Phoenix Suns.
He is.
And I recognize that sounds like an opinion. That's not an opinion. That's a statement of fact. And that seems to be clearer to a lot more people today. Yeah. Isaiah Thomas, poor James Jones, like he's not running things there. Isaiah Thomas is. Isaiah Thomas is back in the league. That man is running the Phoenix Suns right now.
He's back in the league, but like I said, and I know you're not doing this. I'm not going to keep the heat off of Ishbia and put it all on Isaiah Thomas. That's much like Ja Morant. Ishbia has not been kidnapped and decided to okay these situations. That's a grown ass man.
To paraphrase Anthony saying, he's a ready and willing billionaire.
Right.
An able-bodied billionaire.
Yeah,
I think
he can decide what decisions that he wants to do for his team and what he won't do, and he's decided to. And we're all assuming here that Isaiah Thomas is saying like this is what you should do. He's being the one that's okay and all this stuff. Maybe here it's a little different, but Pete D'Alessandro don't get no heat for firing Vivek or firing Mike Malone. Vivek gets it.
That's right.
Vlade doesn't get all the heat for drafting Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic. Vivek does. That's what Vivek wanted.
I'm not sure that Brandon doesn't get all of it.
Not Brandon Clark.
I was gonna say Brandon Miller. What's his name? Why is his name escaping me like that?
It's Brandon Williams.
Brandon Williams.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I'm about to say it is a simple name. It's nothing crazy.
Brandon. Yeah, no, he gets the heat for it.
Yeah.
You listen to the right people. He torpedoed this team. Let's get to the phones, man. I think Kamara's here. 916-909-1320. Kamara, what's up, baby?
My sweet brother Numse, happy Juneteenth. What's
Yes,
going
indeed.
on, man?
Yes, indeed. What's going on, man?
Yeah, so I was texting you this weekend, and I'm really happy the Kings did not trade for Beal, but that no trade clause is going to come back and bite the Suns, man, because it's still in effect, like for the second team or whatever team. So the Suns may be trying to get rid of him, like say a year or two from now, and he might be like, nah, I'm sorry, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
And so I understand the whole idea, like put your chips in the middle of the table, but this seems like a really irresponsible move by Phoenix Suns. Like, we've just seen a team from Denver that they had a top 1 through 10 complete roster or strong roster, and Phoenix is like, yeah, no, we're still going to go the other way with that. I'm really happy Sacramento's not getting seduced into that. Let's try to arm up and compete in the West, man, because sacrificing your future for a present maybe is just really just a weird flex for me. You got some of your thoughts on that?
I mean, everybody keeps winning Denver. I mean, Denver's got the best player in the world on their team. Like,
well, I think he's talking about the construction of the team. With it's more to the patience conversation, I think, than anything else.
Yeah, I mean,
it's counter to what we normally see.
More times than not, just give me the talent. Just give me the talent.
But
I'll
I think
figure it out.
And I'm not going to speak for Kamara, but I think I understood what he was thinking. Like, to me, and I think everybody listening to this knows how I feel. If you would have stuck with the Phoenix Suns team that you had, you would have been fine. You would have been fine with Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, with Devin Booker.
That one.
Yeah, you would have been fine.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't. You got thirsty and you went and got Kevin Durant. Okay. It's Kevin Durant. Like, all right, I guess I get that. Like, gosh, this feels tough, but okay, I'll play along. Like, it's KD. I'm with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go, like a partial season with him, you get eliminated in the playoffs, you fire your coach, and then you go out and 11 days before the new collective bargaining agreement goes into effect and these different tax aprons go into play, you go and make this deal that just sets you in a category that no one else. The one thing that's saving Phoenix right now is they're not repeat tax offenders. Right. So they're hitting the second tax apron with ease. Yeah. But because they're first time tax offenders, they'll pay a significantly less cost than a Warriors team or a Clippers team will. But it's you could have, to me, and Kamara's point, if they had gone the Denver route, if they were patient, they would have been fine. I'll say this just because I can't possibly be proven wrong. If Brooklyn was patient and they didn't get thirsty to go get James Harden, that team might have won a title. That team was good, but you got thirsty and you went star chasing. Didn't work for Brooklyn, didn't work for Philadelphia, and I don't think it's going to work for Phoenix.
I don't have any problem with the idea of going to get a talent like Bradley Beal. I have all the problem in the world. Like, I don't even worry about the no trade clause and all this other stuff, because they said the same thing about when he signed the deal with Washington. And guess what? He was traded. Like, if he wants to leave, if Phoenix stinks and he's 30-something years old and the money's the same in Milwaukee as it's going to be in Phoenix, like, he's not taking a pay cut. He's just saying, okay, I'd rather play here than here. Like, you can trade him. Like, if Phoenix is a bottom feeder, then they want to trade him, I'm sure he'll accept the trade. Like, I don't think he's just going to say no and just sit here and not do anything with his career. So I don't worry about the no trade clause. I don't even really worry about the money. It's the roster construction for me. and being stuck with that
But that's
roster.
what I'm talking about. Like that was the point. Like you're saying you don't have any problem going to get a start. Like I don't either. But
Well,
when you sacrifice your entire roster,
well, but it's not even sacrificing it. If Devin Booker was a point guard and Bradley Beal was a shooting guard and you had Kevin Durant, I'd have no problem with it.
who's playing defense on that team?
That's something I would figure out. Like I just figure out, right? And you want to talk about defense, you can get $1 million guys that'll go play defense, that'll just work hard and play defense. Like you can go find those guys a dime a dozen. But it's the construction of those three stars. Like I'm not even saying it in a homer way. Fox, Bill, Sabonis is better to me basketball
No, that's facts.
than KD,
Facts.
Bill, and Booker.
Yep.
That
'Cause
works
they're
better to
different.
me. Exactly. Exactly. And that's the
It's
only
balanced.
that's the only thing I'm really hung up on.
No,
I know other people
100%.
are hung up on the no trade, hung up on, how they're
None of that
linked into him
matters.
for 3-4 years.
Yeah.
The money, I don't worry about none of that. I look about if you're going to do all that, that's fine. You just have to make sure that your team is set the right way to win a championship. And I don't think this team is set the right way to win a championship. That's what makes it all ridiculous. When you can't win and you're doing all that other stuff. Paying what you're paying, have a no trade clause, and you can't win. Like, because I don't think it's. See, well, I said it again. I could be wrong. You guys cut the tape, all this other stuff. This team, they're not even going to the NBA Finals,
I don't think
let
so
alone
either.
winning a championship.
I don't think so.
You don't do that to fail like that, because this is a championship move. You don't do all that stuff. You don't pay all that money. You don't do all that other stuff that you do to not have a real, like I don't even think they have a real shot, a realistic shot at winning the championship. I don't see it.
I don't either. I see our man Dale J 42 says, I think the Suns should get Russ as a point guard. That's a terrible idea. Russ doesn't work with that roster.
No.
It doesn't work. You know who works for that roster? Chris Paul. Chris Paul works for this roster. Russell Westbrook doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know, and maybe that's something Phoenix will do, but Russ doesn't work for that roster. That doesn't make sense.
And I'll go to the other conundrum that they're going to have is they're going to be too small. So when you talk about work for that roster, you got 2 shooting guards and a small forward playing.
Mm-hmm.
Like who's gonna guard the other team's power forward? Who's gonna guard the other team's small forward? You're always gonna be a disadvantage in one.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna ask one of those guys to work hard because 3 of them are gonna be on the court at the end of the game.
So the thing that's standing out the most to me, I know we all believe he's going to be gone, but DeAndre's just trash. We don't talk about him at all.
No, he's good. He's fine. And if he stays, yeah, that's cool. But you got no depth behind him. And the one thing he has shown, and I like him, the one thing he has shown is if he's not involved at like the first or second option, he'll disappear.
He's going to fall asleep on the defensive
Yeah,
end.
he's going to disappear. So in this case,
Spoiler alert,
not be the first, second option.
He ain't going to be involved in the offense.
Right.
So, and that's the other, to use one of your words, conundrums with this DeAndre Ayton thing is, I don't know. I don't think there's a robust market for him. More importantly, 29 teams in the league know they need to trade him. You thought Bradley Beal netted a poor return because of his no trade clause. Wait till you see what DeAndre Ayton's return is. They you talk about that. Like I guarantee you, Isaiah Thomas and
Zeke
and Matt, the owner, they've got the idea of we'll trade DeAndre Ayton and fill out the rest of this roster. All right, cool. With not a knock. You're getting like the Chimezie Metu's back. That's what you're getting.
Yeah. Yep.
You're not getting Cam Johnson. You're not getting those types of role players. You're getting a notch below those types of role players. We'll come back. We'll continue this conversation. I saw a girl, Jill Adge, tweet say we're now like officially in the dumb part of the off season. And man, is she right? Because the tweet went out this morning, and these dudes, man, I love y'all at 95.7, but the way some of y'all was tweeting after this tweet went out was like, y'all ain't in on this. How are we in on this, but you're not? We'll explain. We'll continue the conversation as well. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Happy Juneteenth here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yo, the State Fair got it popping this year.
Mm.
They got it popping on June 17th, Boys to Men, Monday, June 17th. June 18th, Tuesday, Genuine. June 20th, or June, excuse me. All this is July, by the way, sorry. July 17th, July 18th. July 22nd, my birthday. The Isley brothers are in town. Hello. And then, of course, July 26th, Ashanti. I might have to go see the Isley brothers. I might have to go see the Isley brothers, boy.
What day are they?
July 22nd.
That's good stuff.
Michigan Wolverine. Dr. David knows, and now you will have to know. Please, don't mention any fights until I say I've seen them. Because sometimes I don't watch them on that Saturday night, and there's a spoiler alert that is needed. So, no, I did not see the Tim Tszyu KO. I didn't even know it happened because I was staying away from the Tim Tszyu fight so I could watch it. Thank you, Michigan Wolverine.
So you DVR live sports, huh?
All the time.
As a sports talk show host.
Well, especially with boxing, because boxing is
Well, you got
like
your people love boxing.
They do, but if I said, don't tell me about the Giants games this weekend because I DVR'd them. Look, it's the Major League Baseball. Don't tell me about the NBA Finals because I DVR'd them. Look, 20 million people are watching them.
You might be able to get away with. Don't tell me about the Giants games over the weekend. Not this weekend.
Yeah, not this weekend.
Not this weekend.
Not
Even
this
I
weekend.
was watching this weekend. Goodness gracious! I got that alert while we were out together. I was like, "Does it?" I didn't get the show. I was like, "Does this say 16-0 or 15-0 or whatever it was?"
Come on, man. Doing work. Doing work.
Damn.
I'm just giving you a hard time. No, Michigan Warrior. I did not see it. I was trying to stay away, but I understand. It's all good.
We are going to need that 13 round though this week. We're going to need those views.
Absolutely. Tim Tszyu did fight. We definitely talking about him. I'll probably do it.
We got a copyright on that. The weigh-in that you showed. I had to cut it out for some reason. I don't know why.
Because of the video, probably.
Yeah, but,
I don't know why. There was no sound.
yeah. I don't normally it's sound that does it. I don't know. Oh, we definitely getting a copyright today. I'm gonna have to trim that whole opening segment. That first 5 minutes of the show is just gonna be silent.
Yeah, but no. I actually tried to watch it last night, but I had to take some. I had to take some medicine last night and some Mucinex, and I didn't make it through the Aleem fight. I didn't make it through.
Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here, please. I know we haven't been talking about that very much, but if y'all could hit the thumbs up, that would be much appreciated. 340 in here on YouTube. Man, we ain't even at triple digits yet, man. That's a tough look. That's a tough look. We should be at least 200. So if y'all hit the thumbs up right now, man, that would go a really, really long way for us.
Also, the other thing, Michigan Wolverines, if Tim Tszyu lost, I would have been like, I would have been shocked if he lost that fight. Like that would have been the story. I did not expect him to lose. That's not really a spoiler. Like he was going to win that fight. Although I thought Ocampo, I like Ocampo as a fighter, but yeah, Tim Tszyu wasn't losing that fight.
Oh, that was a moment. That was good stuff.
Did Punk come back or something?
Oh, that was Saturday.
No.
Oh, you didn't?
I did not see it.
Oh,
I don't even know what's going on.
Oh, I don't know. Do you want me to tell you?
Go ahead.
The bloodline ended. Oh, it ended. And Jay was marvelous. Oh, Jay was so good.
Bro, that's the guy, bro.
Jay talking about I'm main eventing all because of this man right here. And he turned and he looked at Jimmy and he says, "You out." And he's staring at him and he goes, "I'm out too." And he turns around and super kicks Roman. Crowd pops. And then Solo comes over. Jimmy super kicks him. They go to leave. Roman gets up and he looks at them and both of them kind of glance at each other. Give Roman the super kick, rip off the shirt.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
now I
stuff.
keep bringing this up because this is probably the one booking thing I'm ever gonna get right in life. It's got to be Jay. Did it get a little closer? You think it? Because Jay's the one. Jay's the one that like Jimmy could want to leave if he wants to, but if Jay's not leaving, that's the story.
Well, the whole story started with Jay, but it worked. Like Jay.
Do you think they're moving towards that?
I do not. I do not.
That'd be disappointing if it was Cody or Sammy or KO.
Well, I don't think it. I think the Sammy time is come and gone. It's not Sami Zayn.
It's gonna be Cody.
I don't think Cody's.
See, and I don't mean to sound like that because of Cody, because I like Cody, but that's
the move still.
That's not
if they've got work to do, or Cody's gonna wind up like Lex Luger, where they had the idea of, they should have given Lex Luger the title at SummerSlam 93. They didn't. They wanted to hold it off till WrestleMania. And then during that time, they got like scared. And then they like hedged their bet with I know people, Bret Hart was no different than the Iron Sheik. He was a transitional champion between like Diesel and Shawn and all of these different guys that Vince really liked. Well, dude, I'm not going with Lex Luger. Just give it to Bret again. Like, God, I don't care. Like, Bret was never the guy, and I don't think they'll ever.
They what you mentioned, I don't know if it was on the show or pre-show, works perfectly fine. Make it Jay versus Roman. Jay takes the strap off of Roman and wins the belt. Somehow get the Money in the Bank on Cody and have him do it the next night on Raw.
Doesn't that
makes perfect sense?
That's fine. All right. And then it turns Cody heel.
Yeah.
Turns Cody heel in the process.
That's what Cody needs to be. I think
Cody,
I'm not.
Cody would kill it as a heel.
I'm in the minority. I understand that.
Like,
Cody's not moving the needle for me right now.
No, he's not like Roman. He's not.
I even think Seth would be more interested. Now he's not going to win it, but Seth moves the needle more than Cody does for me right now. But you talk about Cody as a heel, then now we're changing things.
This is a tremendous reference from Jake King. He says Cody body slammed Yokozuna on an aircraft carrier.
Did you see? I don't know how old this was, but it came across my Instagram. Did you see the bloodline or the Usos breaking down all the relations, the family?
I did. Yeah. I did.
Crazy.
Yeah, I did.
That was crazy.
Yeah, that was good stuff. That was good stuff.
And they said, "Yeah, can you break down the family real quick?" And they were like, "Real quick." All right,
give me some time. Give me some time. Let's see. She's still tweeting about Zion.
She's got to stop this.
Like, I mean, today. And not like one, but like a dozen.
Come on, man. Nobody's even listening anymore. Like, you're reaching for fame. You're reaching for that attention.
I think
nobody's even listening
anymore. Think
anymore.
She's gotten muted on a lot of accounts at this point. Like, girl, you got to stop.
Oh, man.
You got to stop.
Elon's got to step in, bro.
Elon's got to step in. Somebody got to step in, man. Because nobody's paying attention no more. I haven't seen a tweet from her or read a tweet from her, and I'm not saying haven't happened or they haven't come across the timeline. But I just scroll past them. I haven't seen a tweet from her since the second day. It's just like, there she is. Let me keep moving.
Yeah.
Let me keep moving. I don't care what you got to say no more. Let me keep moving through this.
Well, I'll be clear. I am not following her. Anthony Sane quote tweeted her, and I was like, oh, what is going on over here? What is going on over here? 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines before we get back to all this trade stuff. So Chet Holmgren's expected to play in Summer League. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, they
Yeah.
ain't here at the California Classic, but
Yeah,
I'm
be good to see.
I'm sneaky, not even sneaky. I'm legit real excited to see Chet Holmgren play.
Yeah,
I'm very, very
interested to
curious.
see what he is on this level, on this NBA level. And you talk about like what he'll look like with an NBA body, because we saw pictures of him throughout this past season when he's rehabbing or practicing or something like that, and you could see the noticeable change,
looking a little bigger,
on his frame. So I wonder how that affects his game and what that looks like.
Yeah, he's only gonna be so big. You know what I mean? Like he's a pretty, like that's just his frame. Like he's a thin dude, but he's definitely clearly put on some weight here this offseason. And I'm excited to watch him. I'm excited to watch that Oklahoma City Thunder team. That'll definitely be a strong league pass squad this year. Another tweet went out today. Oh, this is stunning. According to Clutch Sports, Draymond Green declining his $27.5 million option. Oh man. Oh, our friends at 95. If this is the last time we ever see Draymond, what's the best team for Draymond to land on? And it's like, y'all, you can't possibly not know how this works. Draymond's opting out to sign a longer contract extension with the Golden State Warriors.
You 100% sure about that?
99%.
That's still pretty high.
I'm at 80.
I'm at 80%.
80?
80%.
Who does the 20% go to the league or a specific team? The field?
The field. And in the field, I'm thinking Phoenix. In the field, I'm thinking the Lakers.
What's he going to sign there for $10? I can't say. What's Draymond Green? There's a pay cut, and then there's what he would do. That's crazy. He'd have to sign for nothing.
I just heard some people talking about that.
Unless they're trading DeAndre Ayton to the Golden State Warriors.
Well, I don't even know.
Well, that doesn't make sense either.
I don't know if that's the case.
He would have had to opt in.
DeAndre wouldn't be there, obviously. So that money wouldn't be messing up the cap. I just saw some things from people that
Phoenix was
I pay attention to.
2 versions ago of the Phoenix Suns team is the number one place I was told he makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
That was prior to Kevin Durant. Now there is absolutely zero financial way this is possible unless Draymond Green just don't care about money anymore.
Well, look, and then the other one, if he comes to the Kings, I'm telling you right now, I won't be happy. I think that's the wrong move. I don't care how much people in the front office and on the coaching staff like him or whatever. He's washed. He ain't helping you. He's not helping you get where you want to get. But you heard the same things that I heard.
Yeah.
If he was available, there would be interest.
Now, is it, if I categorized what we heard differently, I would categorize it as Mike Brown really likes Draymond Green.
Yes.
Did you ever hear Monty McNair really likes Draymond
No, I
Green?
didn't hear that.
Okay.
No.
I mean, it's important to point out. Like, I mean, I would probably feel a lot more antsy about this situation if the way it was presented to us was that Monty McNair really likes Draymond. We certainly didn't hear Monty McNair doesn't like Draymond Green. But one thing that it was framed to us was that Mike really likes Draymond, and don't be shocked if Sacramento is a potential landing spot for Draymond Green. I have another quick question. We could spend all the time in the world on Sacramento and Draymond Green if you want. Does Miami make sense?
No, I only asked because I was listening to the morning roast and somebody called in. It was like, maybe we could, sign and trade Draymond to Miami for Bam.
Oh, for God's sakes.
I said, come on, man.
Dense ass fan base, man. I
said, come on, man. What are you guys talking about?
That's a special group there in the Bay Area. God
so
bless
when you
them.
mentioned Miami,
God bless them. That is a special group. That is a special group up there, over there.
I said, come on, man. But Does Miami make sense? No,
No. Okay.
not to me.
Okay. Just asking.
Because you'd have, I'm trying to think of where these people are going to play. And I don't know if you could have Bam and Draymond out there for offensive purposes.
Got you.
But yeah, I'm not. It's all those three teams. Those three specific. Well, I didn't mention the other one. I said Lakers still. Lakers, Suns, Kings is the reason why I put it at 80. It might be tough to do. Yeah, it might be tough to do. Well, it depends on what they do. Just like the Kings, like right now they don't have the cap space, but if they renounce all those guys, they may. If the Lakers actually have cap space.
Well, yeah, but you're talking about like Austin Reeves and like guys who are probably integral to their scoring.
Some people thought they should have got Buddy Hield instead of Russell Westbrook, and they went out and got
they would have won a championship if they had gotten Buddy Hield. If you listen to those people,
those things that
the people who never watched Buddy Hield play basketball thought that the Lakers would have won a championship if they had gotten Buddy Hield.
Even then, there are people who were like, "Yo, this Westbrook thing, that's ridiculous. Why would you do that?" They went and did it anyway because LeBron. That's LeBron. LeBron wanted it. Him and AD had a dinner with Westbrook, and they said, "Let's do this." And LeBron wanted them shipped out of there in 9 months. So yeah, to answer your point, it'd be crazy to say like Austin Reeves, you renounce his rights and go get Draymond. It'd be crazy, but we've seen Le GM do crazy things.
Well, at what point? And
Le GM.
Like, is there a certain point where you're Genie or you're Rob Pelinka or whoever, and you just go, yeah, no, we're not going to do that this time.
I hope so.
We did that for you last time. We're not going to do it again. Like we have a better direction for this team.
I certainly hope so. The
now,
Lakers,
if you want to sign an extension to stay here for the next 3 years, sure, we could do that. Then we could talk. But like you're under contract for 1 more year. Like, nah.
The Lakers actually have a ton of cap space. They just may have to use a lot of it to like re-sign their guys. But D'Angelo Russell comes off the books.
Mm-hmm.
They got the Russ contract off of there too. They don't have a lot of guys making a lot of money. It's LeBron, Anthony Davis. They got to re-sign Reeves. That's about it. I mean, Rui's a free agent. D'Angelo's a free agent. That's really about it. So, but the whole point is the whole thought, at least, is they'd be using that cap space to go get not Draymond, but like Kyrie on, some kind of re-sign Austin Reeves and sign a Kyrie or a Draymond. And that's where he'd have to take the $10 one. You know what I mean? If they did that.
I wonder. Oh no, because cap holds. Nope, that wouldn't work either.
What were you thinking?
No, I was thinking in the order in which you sign guys, but there's cap holds there for Austin Reeves until you renounce him, and then if you renounce him, that screws everything up in terms of what I was thinking. So you got it at 80% Draymond plays
for the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just leaving a little.
I think I'm gonna go 99.5 now. I'm up to 99.5.
just trying to leave a little something there if something crazy happens. I mean, this guy's not there no more. Bob Myers ain't there no more. In clutch, all they need is one team to offer something more than what the Warriors would offer.
I don't think so. I don't think they even need that. I just. Man, I just can't. Like, is he going to make more? He's not making more.
What is it? He opted out
27? Was it 27.6? Like, he's not making more. 27.5. He's not making more than that.
This would be ridiculous. It really would. And I don't mean this as any disrespect to him. I'm just saying, what is he, 30? He's 30 something, like 34 or something like that. What if somebody's willing to give him a 4-year deal?
4
years. What were we thinking? We were thinking it was 3 years, 60 would be what we were thinking for 20, the Warriors.
Yeah,
if somebody gave him 480,
20 per. I don't think that moves the needle.
Okay.
Yeah, because essentially it's the same deal with an extra year attached to it. I don't think that does it. I think if you said, I don't know what the max of an outsider team could offer him though. So these figures could be made up. If you said 4 for 100, maybe that's different because now it's 25 per year, so 5 million more per year plus the extra year of 25. That's a lot. But I don't see it. Like I don't think anyone's offering.
I don't think so either.
Again, he's 33.
Yeah, I don't think so.
How you gonna have Draymond Green at 37? I don't think Draymond Green is playing basketball at 37. I don't think he's one of those guys who's playing that late.
They still got people out there talking about, man,
maybe he's gonna be Udonis Haslem for the Warriors. Just sit there aggravating everybody.
He'd be the worst.
Facts. He would be.
He'd be the worst.
He'd be Udonis Haslem for the Warriors if Udonis Haslem was horrible and just punched people.
He goes. There's still people out there that are like, yeah, just what he does on the defensive end is just invaluable or whatever. Did they not just get smacked up by the Lakers? Was Draymond out there?
I believe he was.
Did that just not happen?
No, I believe it did.
Okay. All right. But they still run with that narrative, that thought that he's so invaluable to what they do. Okay.
If this is the last time we ever see Draymond Green in a Warriors uniform. What? You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. It'll be an interesting couple of days here heading to the draft. I feel like over the course of the next 4 or 5 days, there's going to be a lot of eyes on Portland. Do they move that number 3 pick before the draft? I mean, all of the conversation, Bradley Beal, for no fault of Dame Lillard or Bradley Beal and Dame Lillard were kind of linked together here only because of the Miami situation. Every report on Miami and Bradley Beal included the caveat that Miami wants Dame Lillard more. So, and like I get it, like I see why that works. The money damn near matches up, but I understand why they would want Dame Lillard more in that process. It'll be interesting to see if the Portland Trailblazers select at number 3 and then host a press conference on Friday talking about how excited they are for Scoot Henderson or Brandon Miller or whoever's joining their team, and then what happens in the subsequent days leading to the start of the new league year the following Friday, or the beginning. I think Friday is the beginning of the legal tampering period in free agency.
Do you think that if the Blazers just traded Dame Lillard, like he would be like, man, I can't believe y'all did that to me, or blindsided me?
I don't.
No,
I don't think so either.
So I don't. They just don't want to be the bad guys. They don't want to. They don't want to say we traded Dame Lillard, and then if they trade him and he wins a championship or something like that, like I don't know what they're waiting for.
Do you? Well, I think you just nailed it. Like I think. Let me see how I can get the answer I want from you
to man
this
up.
question.
So weak in the knees.
Do you think Portland wants to trade Dame Lillard, but they're waiting for Dame Lillard to ask them?
That's exactly what's happening. We all know what it is. We all know what's best for the franchise at this point. What's best for everybody involved.
But so, okay, explain that to me. Why is trading Dame Lillard best?
Because you're not going to win a championship. And this is an opportunity to reset your franchise.
But why do you have to reset your franchise? Like, if you're not going to win, like if you keep Dame Lillard and you draft 3, you've got a pretty decent young core, and you've got Dame Lillard here. I'm not trying to insinuate whatsoever it's a championship team. I don't believe that it is. But why is it one extreme or the other with Portland? Why do you either have to win a championship or get rid of Dame Lillard and completely start over?
Because
I guess you wouldn't have to completely start over given the fact that you have the 3 pick. You got some really talented young guys are already. But why is that so necessary?
Because it's been insinuated by Dame's camp, Dame himself with the words. And he's not here to like build. He's not here to be 6, 7 seed, first, second round in the playoffs. He's here to try and win a championship. And they're not winning a champion. If they drafted 3 and kept Dame Lillard, they're not winning a championship
So
anytime soon.
okay. So a follow-up question. If you're Portland, okay, this is a reality. All right, I know Dame wants to be traded here. I know Dame wants to go win a championship. Yo, we just got this stellar offer from, I understand it doesn't make any sense, play along, Orlando.
Uh-huh.
Well, then what? Like, because you're talking about Dame wants, this is what Dame doesn't want to be a part of a builder. Dame has no control over what Portland does.
If you want to do right by Dame.
See, that's where you lose me.
But they want, I do understand that. I do understand that. Like, I'm not going to send him to Detroit just because they offered me the number 4 pick. Like, I'll be like, Dame, let's work together here. I'm gonna take care of you. I'm gonna make sure you're not in a complete albatross based off of what you've done for this franchise. It's almost like the Kobe thing that we talked about, except it's not money. If there is a deal that, like, if the deal with Orlando is an A+, and the deal with Miami is an A-, I'm gonna send you to Miami.
Yeah,
bro.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine. What if the deal from Miami is a B-?
I'm gonna look for an A-. I'm gonna look for an A-. If I can't find
So
it,
Milwaukee
if I-
got a B-?
if I can't find it, then I might just send you to Miami. I'm not gonna send them to Orlando.
See,
I'm not gonna do that.
See, I don't.
I'm not gonna do that.
All right.
Because I'm
look, you could be nice all you want to. Like, if I'm the general manager, now it's my job. You don't want to be here? Okay, I'm gonna find the best place for you. If it's an A and an A-, man, I'm gonna get you to Miami. But if it's an A and it's a B-, bro, I've got a franchise to build that you don't want to be a part of anymore.
B- is the breaking point. I'm not gonna give it a C deal. B-, I'm still getting something back in a major way. I'm still getting a relative.
But it ain't
big
an
haul.
A. It ain't an A.
But I did right.
And when your ass is unemployed,
but if it's a B-, I shouldn't be unemployed.
Man,
If it's a B deal, it should not be something that gets me unemployed.
so Reese comes home and hands you a report card, and he got a B-, and you go, "Hey, good job, Johnson." And Reese walks away. "Thanks, Dad. I could have gotten an A, but I didn't really try." You go with that? How is it not the same thing?
That's completely, because there's no history with the teacher, or there's no history. I'm not trying to do right by the teacher. I'm not trying to do right by the school. So that don't play a factor.
Are you
your
good?
only job is to get the A.
That's right.
That's your only job.
If you're Portland, the job is to make your team better. That's the A.
But in this particular case, we're dealing with Dame Lillard here. You make sure he's good too.
No, you want to be good? Stay here.
You're not going to be good.
That's cap. That team is going to be good. They're just not going to be championship contenders.
That's what he asked for. That's what he asked for.
Look, man, once you ask to be traded, there's nothing I can do for you. I'll do my best to get you where you want to go. But if they don't have something that entices me, and to be clear, I believe Miami has enticing. I believe Miami has an enticing trade package. I believe Miami has an enticing trade package to offer Portland. But again, if this fictitious one pops up out of nowhere, I got to do what's best for my team.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't think there's a situation where a team like Detroit or Orlando or even Houston can offer something as enticing as a team like Miami or a potential other title contenders. That's where you get into draft picks, and that's probably the philosophy of a general manager. How do you want to build your team? Do you want to build your team? You're probably getting a Tyler Hero in return. You already got a lot of young talent on your roster. Clearly, you've got the number 3 pick. I think they have do they have the 20-something, 23rd pick? Does Portland have 2 first-round picks?
Yeah, they got the Knicks pick.
So, like, you've got stuff to work with. I don't think this scenario that I presented actually exists, but I just think this Dame Lillard win a title thing, like, man, we've just gotten 2.
Dame's one of them dudes you do that for. Dame's one of them dudes you do that for. he's held down that franchise for 10 plus years. He's been good to you. He hasn't waffled or anything else like that. Now, this is when you deal with people, right? It's not just assets. He's been good. He's been good to that franchise. He's been
I
good to that
understand.
people.
I
So
get that.
If you can make a deal with Miami, and it's a little less than what Orlando's giving you, you send them to Miami.
There's only so much you can control, though, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. There's
I
only
get what
as
you're
Portland, there's
saying.
only so much you can control.
Like if Orlando was saying Paolo, and Miami was saying Tyler Hero and picks, that'd be
buddy,
tough.
you going to Orlando?
That'd be tough.
Hey, enjoy the Magic Kingdom, Dame.
But if they're like Cole, Anthony, and Jalen Suggs, and and that's a good deal. Like that's a really good deal.
Yeah, Miami's is still better.
Yeah,
but like again, be clear. I don't think this exists anywhere with a bad team. I don't think it exists. I just think we're so quick to, talk about these superstars. Like Dame's not Anthony Davis with 2 years left on his deal. Dame's got like 4. He's got like 3 or 4 years left on his deal. Like you're not held hostage with Dame Lillard. That's all I get stuck on.
Rob W. Oh, my bad. We're late. It don't matter. We'll talk about it when we get back.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll talk about whatever Rob W was talking about. We'll talk about, man, there's a team that caught my attention this weekend too. That, if things don't go well with Sacramento and Harrison, watch out for this squad. Tell you who that is when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
We could take Rob W right now. Rob W
said, I need to get up for a second.
I would be the pettiest GM. We paid you hella money, and now you went out. Enjoy your time with the Hornets. Like I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't do all that, man. I wouldn't
enjoy your time with the Hornets.
As long as he was good to us, and Dame has been good to us. He's never talked down the people out there. It's fine. They been good to Portland, man. So I wouldn't do that to him. I wouldn't do that to him. This thing has been off, it feels like, all day. Am I centered up? I don't know. When I was getting the microphone earlier, I smacked the camera, and it's just been off base the whole time.
You see, they might do Wilder versus Ruiz before they do Wilder and Joshua.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's okay. I really wish they find a way to get Wilder and Joshua in the States, but I doubt that happens. That's so ridiculous. Where's that? Yeah, man, we definitely gonna talk about them boys, man. They did work in LA this weekend. Big time series coming up this week. 2 of them, I think, actually. I think they play Arizona this weekend.
You see the Yankees get waxed this weekend?
Yeah, damn. I didn't like that. Jesse. Aaron Judge still isn't back. Bad job for them. Mexico soccer coach fired after 7 games.
Bro, like I was only there for a couple months. That's the hardest job in sports to keep.
Oh, man.
But they needed to. That guy stunk. that whole organization is in shambles right now.
Oh, man. It's all bad for him.
Is that on right now? You got a baseball?
Oh
game?
yeah, it's Stanford and
Oh. Nine 909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. We'd love to hear from you. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 is a great way to take part in the conversation as well. Lots of talks about trades and potential trades and who would you trade a player to? Of course, the NBA draft is this week. It's all coming up Thursday. Hope is in the air for lots of teams out there. I was looking at some potential moves that I was looking at more of needs of teams around the league. And, I like the Cavs a little bit more than you do. And
I like the Cavs. I think they're on the cusp.
You know what Cleveland needs? Wings.
Like wings, like how? Well, it depends on what they want to do. They made this whole big deal about having Jared Allen and Evan Mobley.
Well, I think Jared Allen under contract? Is he a free agent?
No, I think he's under contract for like 3 years.
Oh, okay. He's not, who am I thinking? Oh, Karis LeVert's a free agent. That's what I'm thinking about. I started looking at Cleveland as a landing spot for Harrison Barnes. I think there's a plan for Harrison to be back here, and I think it's completely contingent on whether they're able to deal for OG Anunoby or not. I think Cleveland could potentially be Harrison's strongest suitor. I started thinking about that roster and thinking about the fit and the needs that they have. Like, okay.
I'm not saying they can't
Harrison
afford it,
worked.
but what's their money situation? They got enough money for that? They got
Who's under big deals
Mitchell,
there?
Garland,
yeah.
Jared Allen.
Jared Allen a big deal?
It was a rookie extension, I think.
Is it a max rookie extension?
Something close to it.
Ooh.
He's on a 5-year, $100 million deal.
Yeah, they locked him up.
Is that max? That's max-ish.
Max-ish.
Yeah.
So maybe they do. I mean,
broke.
because those two guys are their own guys. So maybe they do. And if they do, I mean, yeah, that's a good spot for him. That's definitely a good spot.
Well,
for him.
Sacramento's a good spot for him.
Well, Sacramento's absolutely a good spot for him. But what I wonder is if I'm Cleveland and Bilo and JC in Cleveland, down there, by what used to be called Jacobs Field.
Oh, wow.
Is that an upgrade from LeVert?
It is. You know why? It's new. In practicality, is it? I don't know, man. I really like Karis LeVert.
So here's the question I think a lot of people ask.
Just swap places. Karis come here and Harrison go there.
I like Karis LeVert too. I do like Karis LeVert. But if I'm gonna pay that much for Harrison Barnes, why not just give that to Cam Johnson? If I'm
because
Cleveland.
You don't have. Well, if you're either, I don't know that Harrison would get that dollar figure you're talking about from Cleveland.
He'd get close to it.
I don't know.
16, 17.
Oh, I thought you were talking about closer to 20 because I feel like Cam Johnson's getting like offers of 20.
Yeah, Cam Johnson.
But also remember,
but if I'm
Cam
paying 16, 17 for Harrison.
But you're not in control of that situation. I think that's the problem. With Harrison, you control more of the situation. I mean, it's either yes or no with Harrison Barnes. With Cam Johnson, it's not up to Cam Johnson.
Yeah, and when that's brought up, I don't really, I know why, but if I'm going after a restricted free agent, I'm always thinking of worst case scenario, right? So like, what happens if we're held up for 3 days and then he says no?
You can't even make the offer, in my opinion.
But I'm saying if we're held up for 3 days, and he says if I'm any team, and we're held up for 3 days and he says no, who
you mean the team?
The player says no, or
you're not held up until the player says yes,
right? Well, yeah, the player says
the team
yes,
has to say
the team
no.
has to match,
all
that,
right?
If that time comes up, and I'm just using the name for example, I got to be thinking, well, I know I could get Kelly Oubre probably 2 weeks in the free agency.
Ooh, you think so?
Just throwing a name out there,
okay.
But I know I can get Kelly Oubre 2 weeks in this free agency. I'm gonna go off for Cam. And if it doesn't work, I'll go get Kelly Oubre. Like that's
You're
the way I would be thinking about
man,
it.
you're really banking on someone not offering whoever your plan B is nothing.
You know these things though.
Yeah, I don't feel like Kelly Oubre is going to, and I know you were just picking him as an example, but Kelly Oubre could be like a third day signing. Like you
No, he might be, but
second or third day.
Whoever on your list, because they all know for the most part.
Well, the thing
they all know this guy's gonna be gone in the first week. This guy gonna be gone on the first day. This guy, hey, maybe they didn't know. Monty McNair and them were very confident to let Rashawn Holmes go out there.
Yeah.
They did their job.
What you want.
They had their inkling. They had their intel. He'll be there for the price that we're offering him. The good ones, no. The people with the connections, the people who know that have these relationships with these agents and the agencies, they know who will be there and when they'll be there. And that's kind of what I'm basing it off of. If I look at somebody who's there in the second week, and I like that guy. I don't like him as much as Cam, but if I had to have him as a backup plan, I'd be good.
I'm so fascinated by the people in the chatty house who are half-ass paying attention, thinking we're talking about Sacramento and not this this fictitious idea we just presented with Cleveland. They're talking about Naz Reid and bro Oubre, ain't it? It's like, guys, you're not paying attention to this conversation whatsoever.
They didn't even hear me say, I'm just throwing a name out there.
Missed that too. But they're freaking out over the name Kelly Oubre, which I absolutely love. That's glorious. Restricted free agency is so difficult to me. Like, I feel like you've got to know, you've got to have a relationship with the team that you're working with, and you've got to know if they're going to accept that contract, especially if it's a day one type thing. And it's like Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson is a day one signing.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, is it back in Brooklyn? Or is it somewhere else? Like, who's going to throw the first offer sheet that Cam Johnson is going to sign?
And also, in theory,
because they know Cam Johnson knows who's going to have an offer sheet for him.
Yeah. In theory, we worry about the 3 days. In actuality, I could be wrong. I'd love to hear this one. Usually, they stayed immediately. The two that come to mind are Zach LaVine and DeAndre Ayton. They wasted no time. Yeah, we're matching.
And that was probably by design. They everybody involved probably knew that. Monty didn't with Bogey.
What happened with Bogey? They signed him to an offer sheet.
They signed him to an offer sheet. I can't remember how long Monty waited. I don't think it was the same day, though. I don't think it was the third day either.
To say he wasn't going to.
To say that he wasn't going to match it. So ultimately, and if you don't match it, that doesn't mean anything for Atlanta, because they're not. You're holding cap space, but you ultimately got the player. The killer was when you hold cap space and don't get the player, and you lost out on 24 to 72 hours of free agency.
But if I'm Atlanta, I kind of got an inkling that they were ready to move on from Bogey, because wasn't he in the deal with Milwaukee? Was he in the deal to get DiVincenzo?
That was the deal that didn't happen.
Right. But if I'm they've made their decision. They're keeping Buddy. So let's go.
Oh, sure.
Let's go
sure.
Make the play to get Bogey.
Sure. Certainly possible.
Yeah.
Certainly possible. I feel like the period now is only 48 hours. Can we check that? It's 48 hours now. Yeah, that's what I thought.
3 days.
Yeah, 3 days always seemed insane, but
especially like the reverse of what I just mentioned. The team knows what they want to do. Like before, like Brooklyn knows what they're going to do right now. Like, hey, somebody offers Cam $20 million. They're not caught off guard. Like, oh my, I didn't see this coming. I need about 3 days. I need to sleep on this. I need to sleep on this a couple days to figure out what I'm going to do. Like they know somebody offers, we're either going to match or we're not.
And it shouldn't even be 48.
Right.
You can have 24 hours. That's perfectly
You've
fair.
had 48 days to think about this
Yeah.
situation.
It shouldn't be 48. It shouldn't be 48 at all. Do you think Cleveland Do you think Cleveland, regardless of what they do over the next couple of days, steps up, steps back, stays put?
I would say my first thought is stays put. I would say they'd step up before they move back. Move back would be the last thing I think happens to them. I think they just, it was the playoffs get funny sometimes, man.
Mm-hmm.
And they went up against a Knicks team that nobody really thought was this super bad matchup, but it ended up being a bad matchup. And they just didn't play well. They
Mm-hmm.
couldn't make shots. Once New York got that game won, they were able to keep that home court in 3 and 4, and they could never really catch up. So, if I was in Cleveland, wouldn't be a cause for panic or for concern after what happened this past postseason. I'd still be looking, as we're in a good spot moving into this season coming up.
I think maybe a small step up.
Yeah.
I can't figure out what's going to happen with Philly.
Oof.
That's a
Oof.
top 4 team I just get confused on. I can't figure out where they're going, what's happening, what they're going to do. I can't put my hands on it.
Yeah, I think my guess would be they take a little step back. They got the Harden situation, obviously they got to take care of, but you still got Maxey there. You got Tobias and an expiring.
And if by taking care of, you mean let leave?
Well,
Yes, they
that's
need
what
to get
should
that
happen.
situation taken care of.
That's what should happen. But your boy's general manager, so you don't know. You don't know what he's thinking. He might
my
keep his
boy.
boo there.
Ain't my boy.
He might do everything to keep his boo there.
Mm-mm.
So
You like Tasha trying to keep Jamie. Like Ghost does not want to be kept. He wants Angela. Let him move on. Let that man go to Houston, which is his Angela. Just keep it moving.
yeah, man, that's what I would do. But Tasha,
It just dawned on
Tasha
me how
Morey.
perfect that analogy is.
Tasha Morey's still trying to hold on.
Come on, man.
Does Philly have a championship window still, or is that closed?
I
what
don't
are
know.
It's over.
I don't.
they? They don't feel like
know.
Boston or Milwaukee at this point.
No,
It's
they
over.
don't. Yeah, they
Their
don't.
window-
It kind of felt like this was the one.
Their window closed when Ben Simmons passed on the dunk.
Damn.
It was over.
Come on, man. Really?
Yeah, it was.
They
over.
had no shot last year?
I didn't think so.
I feel like this
Like,
year was their last
The
opportunity.
Miami Heat got out of the conference. Philadelphia didn't have a shot.
Here, and I'm gonna sound like Damian Barley. When you put your faith in James Harden, like you don't have a chance.
Talk to him.
You don't have a chance.
Tell
And
him.
they put their faith in James Harden figuring this thing out in the playoffs. And guess what? He didn't.
He didn't. I'm stunned. I'm stunned.
Well, I thought they could
Yep.
give the Celtics a good series, which I really believed. I don't think I ever picked Philly. I always picked Boston. I said it's going to be a series, but I'm going to go with Boston because I can't trust James Harden. Am I saying he's incapable? Even after, I'm still not ready to say that. He's just too talented of a player. But I wouldn't trust him. I wouldn't say they're going to get it done with James Harden. can't trust him. So then the problem with that is he was your second best player. So if you lose him, you don't replace him. Is Maxey ready to be a championship point guard? I don't know. I can see them being really good, but championship, that's another level.
Nick Nurse can't help. Bobby Jackson can't help. Rico Hines can't help.
Yeah, they could help, but championship. That's what we're talking about. Championship.
Yeah,
Can we realistically see Philadelphia winning a chip with this group right now? I can't see it.
Shout out to Norman. Norman's asking, hey, speaking of power, what's going on with the current season? There hasn't been an episode in 3 weeks.
Damn.
Sir, it's over. The season's over. That's why it's the summer. Like there's no new show out, but that's why there's been no episode for 3 weeks. The season,
Come on, Norman.
unfortunately, is over. Poor Norman just waiting for power to load on the app, and it ain't there. I get the frustration. It's over, my guy. It's over. A couple of if speaking of your boy, if he winds up in Houston, is there anybody there that could be had, could be let go, could be traded, could be on the market?
You're thinking probably Kevin Porter Jr., but I think he's under contract.
The oddest he got the oddest contract I think in the history of professional basketball.
He really did. But
he got a contract like he negotiated it for himself in the NFL.
So you got him.
He get bonuses just for showing up at practice at this point.
I feel like KJ Martin he's got something going on with his contract. Like, I don't know if he's a restricted free agent or something, but let me see. I think he's got something going on. And if James came back, I would probably think he might be available.
Another rumor popped up over the last week or so. I don't think we didn't touch on this one last week because we got busy with the Bradley Beal stuff and the OG Anunoby stuff. The Zach LaVine Chicago thing is back because Chicago's directionless. Like, they're just kind of stuck. Like, you talk about Portland. Yeah, I know the circumstances are different, but you talk about Portland having to pick a direction.
Yeah.
Chicago might have to do the same thing. I guess they overachieved, a couple of years ago, got kind of exposed a little bit in the playoffs. They haven't been the same since. And then you're just looking around like, what are y'all going to do? Like, right. What is your roster?
Right.
And so the Zach LaVine trade scenarios have, again, it's that time of year, just to be clear, it could absolutely be nothing.
Yeah.
But those Zach LaVine trade scenarios are back out there again.
Would anybody take Zach LaVine in Sacramento?
For what?
Say the deal that minus some picks.
The OG deal? Rashawn and Davion?
Well, I wasn't even going to go there.
Oh.
I was going to say the Bradley Beal deal minus some picks. So that was Kevin Huerter, Rashawn Holmes, and some picks. Maybe you threw in Davion.
Oh, they can have the second round picks from the Bradley Beal deal. They can have
picks.
some second round picks.
Minus them picks. But
so basically the question when you dumb this down is, would you prefer Zach LaVine over Kevin Huerter?
Right. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I think I will go with Zach LaVine. I like Kevin Huerter a lot.
But
with this team, but
let's go the OG route. Let's go the Bradley Beal route, and let's talk about games played, games missed.
Wonder what does it
feel
look
like? Zach LaVine
it feels like it's the last couple of years. It looks like it's been a little better. I got to see it to actually know, but it feels like the last couple of years Zach has done a better job of being available.
Did he miss time last year?
He probably did. I'm assuming.
Am I imagining that? I thought he missed a chunk of time last season.
I'm assuming he did.
Zach LaVine, Basketball Reference. We got him at no, he didn't. That's 77.
And what did he do the year before?
67.
I think he got hurt the year before.
He did 77 last year, 67 the year prior, 58 in the 72, 60 in the 72. 63. It's actually it's actually
that much time.
It's just
it feels like he misses a lot of time, but he doesn't.
Well, no, it's a stretch of 3 seasons where he played 47 games, 24 games, then he played 63.
And that's when he tore his ACL.
And then I'm going to exclude the 2019-20 season because he played 60, but that was in a 72 game season. So really the last 4 years, I mean, he missed 12 games, 14 games, 15 games, and then 5. It's not awful.
No, it's not that bad. And I hesitate even bringing this up because one of the things that I was a little worried about, and I was a little relieved when this Bradley Beal thing got taken care of relatively quickly, is the amount of time that it might be lingering out there that Kevin Huerter might be involved in the trade. And just for the vibes, for Kevin and, what he thinks about this organization and being here. I'll be very honest with you. This is our speculation, right? But it still matters. The Kings could have had no conversations about Kevin Huerter, right? Like none. Like we ain't even talked about moving Kevin Huerter, but it's been out there from us and others, and people trade machines and speculate Kevin Huerter, and now that gets in his head as, in some respects, as they're trying to shop me. Well, that never happened. They never tried to shop you, but the talk has been so much about Kevin Huerter and the Bradley Beal deal that he gets the feeling that they're moving on from him. And now here I am talking about Kevin Huerter, Zach LaVine. Oh, they keep on trying to move him. Actually, no, the Kings haven't done anything.
Mm-hmm.
But that's something that concerned me a little bit. And I was kind of relieved, like, all right, we don't have to go through a summer of that with Kevin Huerter being on the block.
Allegedly.
Not even real.
Right,
not even
right.
in
Not
real
even
life.
right. Not even in real life. Can Kevin Huerter get better?
Yeah.
Like he's 5 seasons in, he'll be 25. I mean, I think Kevin Huerter's good.
I do too.
But
I kind of think he's about what he's going to be. Like he's at the apex of what he can be and what he's going to be, which is a good ball player. 15 points a night.
He's consistent. I mean,
shoots 48% from the field. What did he shoot from 3? I know it's 40 plus.
Last year he shot 40.
Yeah,
but that's what I was saying.
Yeah, he can push that up to 42. And I think that's about where he could be. He could probably be a better free throw shooter. 72% this past season was the worst of his career.
Yeah, he was 82 his second year.
Yeah,
and 80 just the year prior.
He could be a better free throw shooter. Those two things, I think he can improve on. But once again, I don't think it's drastic. And with the 42% from 3 and a 80% free throw shooter, maybe that gets you to 17 points a game.
That 15.2 was the most of his career last year. For all that talk about, what he was in Atlanta, he averaged the most points of his career by 3 points.
Yeah,
last season in Sacramento.
Maybe that also
maybe Kevin Huerter's the guy for this offense.
He absolutely could be the guy. I absolutely am big on Kevin Huerter being a part of this team and being the shooting guard for this team. You're always tinkering, trying to look to see where to get better, and if Bradley Beal or Zach, you ask the question. But if the Kings come back with Kevin Huerter at the 2, let's fine. Let's roll.
They're more than
like this
fine.
dude. He fits perfectly with what they try to do offensively with this team, with the vibes of this team, everything. So he's perfectly fine.
Kevin Huerter could legit be the 3rd All-Star on this team.
I don't know if he could be an All-Star.
We could talk. So why could it be Keegan Murray?
Because I think Keegan can do a little bit more. I think his upside as a scorer. I think Keegan can get. If you had to tell me right now, can Kevin Huerter do all those things I say and get to 17 points a game? I'll be like, he can. Do I expect him to? No, I probably expect him to be more around 15 a night. Keegan can get to 17, 18. And he's at
11.
Like 6, 7
What's
boards.
he at 11, 12?
12, I think. Next year, 18. I don't know if he gets there next year.
So you can see him jumping up 6, 7 points a game, but you can't
over the next 2 years. Yeah,
you can't see Kevin Huerter jumping up 2 or 3 points per game.
No, I think he's kind of maxed. He's close to maxed out.
I think you're wrong.
I hope I'm wrong.
Well, you are. I disagree.
I hope I'm wrong. But Kevin, so what happened in my eyes last year for Kevin to get to 15 points per game, the highest of his career, is he did up those shooting percentages.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's already had that jump in shooting percentage. Just go the year before. Last year he was 48% from the field. He was 45% the year before.
Mm-hmm.
The year before 38% from beyond the arc. This past year, 40%. So now I'd be asking him to jump that 3-point percentage up 4 percentage points in 2 years. Can he do it? I think he can. Will he? I don't know.
He could be He gets to be a better free throw shooter. He's got to be a better free throw shooter. I keep wanting to say he can be a 50, 40, 90 guy. And it's ridiculous that the one that's in question is the 90.
there's no sign
to
me to say he can get to 90.
Yeah, no, there isn't. Like he went down like drastically last year.
His best year was 82% from the line.
And he was 10 percentage points down from that last season.
I'm going to keep my hopes at 85 as the max.
Kevin Huerter ain't doing nothing but shooting free throws this year. That man's going to be a 50, 40, 90 guy.
I think I can fix Kevin Huerter at the free throw line.
Of course you do.
I do.
What's Kevin Huerter do wrong?
He takes too much time.
Oh, he does take a long time.
Just take your 2 dribbles, get in rhythm, shoot it. It paralyzes him sometimes.
They're going to start counting on the road. We'll come back. There's more hoop to talk about. James Ham coming up.
Hammer.
Bro, and what? You're going to have to explain the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, we got action, baby.
Because
we got action, baby.
I actually tapped in a little bit yesterday to see if they'd close that thing out. And sure enough, they did. We'll talk about that. We'll dive back into the Dame Lillard situation with Miami as well. And some Mark Stein reports regarding Kyrie Irving. That's all I had here. It's either one KC roll along on this Juneteenth edition on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'm not even going to say this guy's name because I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to call him GL. Just do your research.
My.
Do your research before you come back. He played more than 60 games. I don't know who he's talking to, but all right, brother. GL.
Who played more than? What are you talking about? We've got like 10 basketball reference pages open right now. Who are you talking about?
GL, you got it, brother.
And change your screen name. Motherfucker. I think this is.
No, bro. That can't be the screen name, bro. Not going to mention his name. His initials are GL.
Hey man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
Michigan Wolverine, trust me, it's perfectly fine. He wasn't losing that fight. I knew that. So no big deal at all.
Speaking of OJS, did you see it was the anniversary of the thing on Saturday of like the white Bronco in that day?
Jeez.
Oh goodness.
I was watching that 30 for 30 that morning.
June. It was 94, right? Damn, it'll be 30 years next year.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, okay, GL. Appreciate you clarifying, GL. You are a guy. I'm just saying. I just can't say your screen name, brother. I can't say it, bro.
Still
not saying it.
Still not calling you anything but GL. Or the general. We'll call you the general. Your name moving forward is the general.
That was a Friday night.
Yeah.
I was at my grandmother's house getting ready for game 4, I believe it was. And it was like building up all day actually. Because it was a hot ass day. Yeah. And then the guy comes out, says he's a fugitive, and the people and the media members were like, woo, woo, woo. And then they found him. Yeah.
You have to understand why we can't say that though, right? I mean, appreciate your service, but we'll just call you the general.
Respect to the general.
He is the general. Rob Nacho got Amani Bates going in the second round. Okay. Yeah, that must have been pretty crazy how many helicopters were in the sky that day.
Man. That was a moment, man. That was a moment I'll never forget.
Drew down. Come on, man. Don't do that.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Much love, man. Much love. You know, we just have a good time over here, man.
Pyros and Crips all got along. Wants to talk Kevin Huerter. All right, TC. Oh, I'm gonna flip over, see if I can find TC real quick.
Just real quick, man. Just want to give a big shout out to everybody that came to the booth over at the Juneteenth Festival, William Land Park, man. Everybody showed a lot of love, man. Came over to the ESPN 1320 booth on Saturday. We had a good time out there, man. Good vibes. It was a lot of fun. Even the mayor stopped by the booth and said, "What's up, man?" So a lot of people came by there. Larry Lee, my guy over the Sac Observer. My main man Antonio Harvey came by. E-Biz was in the building. There was a lot of people that came by and show love, man.
Shout out to Leezy for all the
Leezy,
work
man. Big ups to Leezy, man. Leezy got more on the way too.
Yeah, Leezy was with us all day, man, putting in some work, man. We're excited to see some of the content Leezy created over on our different social media accounts. So make sure you're following us. You're going to see us popping up on some new social media accounts here in the coming days as well. If you want to be a part of the show, many ways you can do it. 916-909-1320 is a great way. TC! I was going to make a smart ass remark, TC, but it's good to see. Good to have you here, my brother.
What's up with my two brothers?
Now, what's up with you?
Man, I was just tapping in. I mean, I don't know if I said Happy Father's Day on Friday, man, to my boys, man. I just was, saying that again, and Happy Juneteenth. Just tapping in.
Much love.
Sure.
Appreciate it, brother. You a father, TC?
Yes, sir.
Happy Father's Day to you too, man.
Thank you. You know what? So to jump into it, D-Lo and Casey. So a little bit about what you were saying, Casey, on the Kevin Huerter. I believe he is maxed out. I love Velvet. You know what I'm saying? I love Kevin, but just he is maxed out. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't be maxed out if he would drive the ball more and get to the cup and shoot mid-range jumpers. But for some reason, I know we run the DHO, but he shoots a lot of threes. And I'm with you with struggling at the free throw line, but he's maxed out, bro. He's not going to average like 25 a game.
Okay, but does he have to?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. He averages 15 points per game with his one season with Sacramento.
No, we're looking for him to average 25.
What do we want him to do? That's wild. TC ready to cut him because he can't average 20 points per game.
I look at Kevin Huerter and I say, where can he get better? It is really the free throw line. If he could get up to 85% from the free throw line, I think everything's fine. But if he doesn't do anything other than his 15 points per game, and if he plays exactly how he played last year, I'm fine. I'm good with Kevin Huerter. I don't have any problems. I'm not asking or expecting any more. I'm perfectly fine with Kevin Huerter and the way he played last year. Perfectly fine. I just want him to be better from the free throw line. And he actually improved over the season. I think he had to hustle to get to 78%. Because I feel like it was lower halfway through the season. And then the second half, he became a better shooter. And he got to 78%. Then he did that. But if he can get to 85% and keep that same production, you can win with that. I have no problem with Kevin Huerter.
Pacers, according to Mark Stein, are interested in Harrison Barnes.
Harrison ain't going there. He said, I am not signing up for the Buddy Hield experience again.
Rick Carlisle calls and he just hangs up. No offense, coach, but nah, ain't going to be me. Ain't going to be me. We'll get back to the Kings here in just a few minutes. We'll get back to the NBA in just a heartbeat. I just need a quick answer to this question.
Yeah.
The hell is going on with your San Francisco Giants?
Doing work, baby. We doing work, man. The Giants are up in this thing. We ain't playing no more. We're back. I'm Giants. I've been Giants. I've been trying to tell you, hey, Farhan, you're doing his thing. You're doing his thing with these young boys.
Boy, you are.
Hey, look, I'll say this. I was joking just a little bit. But Farhan might have been right. He might have been right. He's been asking about the young guys and all this other stuff. They got young guys that they've brought up that can go. Obviously, Casey Smith, he's taken a step back a little bit since his first 2-3 weeks, but I still like Casey Smith. Patrick Bailey doing a great job behind the plate. And it wasn't like anything crazy. It wasn't crazy, but this dude, Luis Matos, I like what I'm seeing. I like how he is at the plate. I like his presence. Luis Matos, he might be everything we thought Helio Ramos was supposed to be.
Can we pull up like video or sound from like the post Giants Aaron Judge era and the who was it?
Carlos Correa. Who had a walk-off homer the other day.
Can we pull those? God, this feels very different to me.
It's very flip-flop away-ish.
Look, he had to show improve.
Okay, but
he had no room for error.
No, didn't I pose the question like, hey, what if he was right in this whole situation? Maybe this was too sketchy of a deal. Maybe he believes in what this team had. Does anybody remember me posing that question?
I believe you did pose that question to Casey.
And I essentially got cussed at live on the radio.
Well,
I
remember that. They did you wrong. I remember.
But I'll tell you this. I'll also tell you this. They are not mutually exclusive, or they are mutually exclusive, or they don't relate. He could have spent the money and all these young guys could have came up. Like they're not related. So spend the money. You got the young guys. They would have had a place to play. Everything was fine.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have to worry about nothing. You could have put Carlos Correa at third or second, or short, or you could have put him at second too. You could have put Aaron Judge, who, you're probably getting played the entire time anyway. But he could have been in right field. He could have been in left field.
Sorry, when was the last time Aaron Judge played? He getting PRP.
It's been about 2 weeks ago.
He getting PRP injections.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I mean, that's a risk you always take. Yeah. Who expected?
No, it's different. Aaron Judge is different. I like they missed out on Aaron Judge. That's fine. But the other one, I don't think I'll ever have a problem with that.
Oh, Carlos Correa just hit a walk-off homer for the first place Twins the other day.
Good for him. Giants are in second place.
So once again, they're not mutually exclusive. Okay. He could have signed those guys, and he could have brought in the young dudes. Mm-hmm. He didn't do that. Luckily for him, because the Redfin password was definitely on its way. Mm-hmm. Luckily for him, these young guys, they're showing improving right now. And the Giants are balling. The other thing about the Giants, too, that I really love is my boy, 7 straight. My boy Lamont Wade Jr. looked like he's back. He had an injury-plagued 2022, and he's looking like he's back. Big weekend for my boy Lamont Wade Jr. Did you see the game on Friday at all?
I did.
Did you see that play in the 11th inning?
I did.
That was wild. Now, much like my boxing sometimes, I was watching, we had baseball practice or whatever. I didn't, want to watch the game in its entirety. So I don't just pick up, when I get home from baseball practice. I started from the top. Got done with everything I needed to do at like 9, 10 o'clock. And by the time we got to the 11th inning, it was about maybe midnight or so. That play.
Oh, you really watched the whole baseball game on delay?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good for you.
More times than not, I do that. I mean, it's easier. You're just watching the games, right? Like you're not watching the commercials.
That's true.
2.5 hour game is really an hour. And then there's certain tricks to it. Like if the Giants are losing, what do I need to watch them pitching for? That's not going to help them get back into it. Right. So I fast forward when they're pitching and get back to them hitting. Little stuff like that. Like you can maneuver through it. But yeah, I saw that play like the house was asleep. It was like 12:30. And I said, what? Hands on my head. What's going on here? That was wild. And they pulled it out 7-5. Big time. Giants sweep the Dodgers. Get the brooms out for the bums.
And then it wasn't even close Saturday. It was just a complete
ass
whooping on Saturday. And
that was crazy.
What was it? Was it the 6th inning? They opened up in the 6th inning yesterday, and kind of easy work.
Easy work, man. Dodgers aren't the same right now. Max Muncy is on the DL, so there's that. But they're not the same, man. They lost a lot. And the young guys that they have coming up, they're cool, but I don't know. I don't know if they got it like that. One other thing I was going to say about so the game on Saturday, right? Giants win 15-0, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a save recorded in that game. The pitcher for the Giants got a save for that outing.
Would they open up late?
They open up in like the 5th inning.
Wait, how do saves work? How is that possible?
So I'm never really sure, but if the pitcher comes in and I think the tying run is on base when he comes in. If no other pitcher comes in, I think he gets the save. So it was probably in that 5th inning. I can't remember exactly. 5th inning, I think he comes in. Maybe the tying run was on. He gets out of it. And then in that 6th inning, they open up and he pitched the rest of the game. They gave him a save.
Oh, all right. Hey, good for him. Hey,
so,
good for him.
So look, I'll tell you what happens sometimes with like with how I watch these games, right? I hide the scores on the MLB app because I want to watch it and not know what happened. But what they do tell you is they'll say winning pitcher, pitcher hidden, losing pitcher, pitcher hidden. They'll show if there's a save and they'll say pitcher hidden. So I go to the Giants thing and I'm like, save. Oh, it's been a close one. There. I'm watching this 15-0. I'm like, and I'm just like tripping right now. I'm like, yo, did the Dodgers score 14 in the 9th to make it a 1-run game? No, they didn't. Absolutely didn't. 15-0.
Tremendous work by the San Francisco Giants. A thriller on Friday that you could probably go back and watch a short recap on YouTube. You can skip all of Saturday and Sunday if you're just a baseball fan.
Easy
want
work.
to catch up. Yeah, it really was. You're listening.
Real quick, big week coming up. Padres
again,
for 4.
another one. Okay.
Padres for 4 in San Diego.
Yep.
The first place Diamondbacks this weekend. Giants could take the NL West lead this week.
Oh, very good. What did we say, 7 straight?
7 straight.
That's not even the longest winning streak in the National League.
The Marlins got it right.
They do not.
Ooh, the Marlins been hot too.
The Cincinnati Reds have won 8 straight.
Yeah, Cincinnati's cooking right now.
Yeah, they won 8 straight.
They are cooking.
Listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. You want to be a part of the conversation? You can. 916-909-1320. James Ham will be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. It's draft week. Lots of Kings coverage coming your way this week for sure. Lots of NBA coverage coming this week as well. We've talked a lot, obviously, about Dame Lillard and Bradley Beal in those respective situations. Bradley Beal's headed to Phoenix. Dame Lillard, question mark, those Miami talks are getting really, I don't want to say Miami talks. Those Miami rumors are getting really, really loud. And the only thing I read about Portland right now is they're really trying to get Yusuf Nurkic out of there. It sounds like they're trying to find a defensive oriented center. And good luck, guys. Good luck with that one. Yusuf Nurkic, fine ball player. Pretty, for my money, that's a sizable contract he has for at least what you get in return. And I really think with this Bradley Beal thing kind of started and ended so quickly, all eyes are going to be on Portland over the next handful of days. I think a lot of people are going to have their eyes on Phoenix as well, wondering what's going to happen with DeAndre Ayton. But Dame Lillard, Portland, and that 3rd pick. That's where people will be looking. Let's get Ramsey in here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much. Just doubling back to baseball real quick.
Of course.
Giants are locked in. The Reds are locked in. But has anyone seen an individual as locked in as Shohei Ohtani these past 2.5 weeks?
He's approaching. He is incredible.
This dude.
And he's on a 4. I think it's a 4 or 5 game straight home run streak with the hitting streak at that.
Isn't he leading like every category on the planet?
Pitching for the Angels, he leads them in all the hitting statistics, that categories that matter, and all the pitching categories that the starters are being.
It's incredible.
Jeez, they're actually not out. I think they're in the wild card right now, and they're like 4 games out of the AL West lead. So we may see Shohei in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, they're 41-33, 4.5 back from the Texas Rangers right now.
Yeah. So, maybe Shohei in the playoffs. Is Shohei better than Mike Trout right now?
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody better
he's
than
the-
Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, he's
right
the best
now.
player in baseball by far, I think.
I agree.
That belt hasn't changed hands for any of us since this thing was created.
No, he's.
We need a
Did
heavyweight
I
championship.
give it to Vlad, or did I say I considered?
No,
giving it
you
to
can.
Vlad?
I don't think you actually
I don't
did
think
it.
I did.
You might
because
have.
they won like 15 games in a row.
I think you might have been stripped of your title privileges if you had taken it off of.
No.
You
Well,
talked about it.
I did talk about it.
You actually talked about it pretty loud.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the Angels were 30 games out of first place.
It had nothing.
The Blue Jays
It has
had won-
nothing to do with the title.
For the DLO, maybe not. But the KCC has different cards. I got to
Yeah,
see you
well, we
in
know how-
October.
Okay, we know.
I think he did put it on Vlad. This was like right before the playoffs, right?
No, so this is what it was. Well, I was under consideration because once again, the Blue Jays have won like 15 straight games. I said if they get in the playoffs, I'm gonna have to put it.
I don't think
put
you
on
did
him.
it. I don't think he actually
But they didn't.
did it.
Yeah, because they didn't get in the playoffs. If they would have made the playoffs, I would have put it on Vlad Guerrero.
Casey's belt situation is
Dude,
always
your
murky.
belt's in shambles.
What do you mean? It's
Your
a
whole
shambles?
whole federation is in shambles.
You
What's
just
Case-
told a guy he'll never get a belt again.
He won't. He's Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum ain't getting
Why
the title.
even play, Jason? Why?
Jason Tatum ain't getting a title shot.
Casey went like 3 weeks without an NFL champion, I think, last season.
Oh, at least 3 weeks. And then said, I'm gonna give out my title like he's Ric Flair just handing Triple H or he's Eric Bischoff just handing the WCW title to Triple H in a WWE ring.
Right now it's Joker in the NBA for the KCC, Shohei in the Major League Baseball for the KCC, and Patrick Mahomes as the KCC in football.
Are we all three the same?
I think we're all undisputed,
Yeah,
all of them.
We're all three the same.
You gave it to Joker? Weren't you
I
hesitant?
did. Yeah, no, you weren't here. Yeah, that's when I stripped Jason
That
Tatum.
was-
That's when
That
I
was
stripped-
cold-blooded.
That's when I
That was
stripped Jason
cold-blooded.
Tatum of his title privileges.
Said you'll
He's gonna
never
he's
ever get a shot again.
he's gonna have to win the Royal Rumble. He's gonna have to win the Royal Rumble and a single man elimination tournament at WrestleMania for him to get an opportunity at that belt again.
Tatum is just the Bob Backlund and JBL of the NBA.
Pretty much. He is.
Poor Tatum.
Joker kicked him in the gut and power bombed him at the
Yeah.
Garden, and it was over.
Poor Tatum. Oh, I got a question for you.
Mhm.
NBA question. If you were the Clippers,
Mhm.
and all things were equal, Chris Paul gets bought out from Washington.
Mhm.
He's a free agent. Would you take Chris Paul or Russell Westbrook?
Chris Paul.
Why?
I think no, wait, give that to me again.
You're the Clippers.
The Clippers, yeah. Okay, the Clippers. Yeah, I think I'm Russ for the Clippers. The reason I'm Russ for the Clippers is because I think Chris Paul is an incredible facilitator, greatest in the game. He's probably going to miss time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Kawhi and or Paul George is probably going to miss time.
Mm.
Russell Westbrook, I feel like can be a high usage rate guy with one of those stars being out while maintaining the role of a facilitator while both of them are in. I don't know that Chris Paul can be the high usage rate guy with one of those guys out.
Mm.
One of them is going to be out probably for a long period of time. All things equal, I probably want for this specific situation. It doesn't work in the Russell Westbrook or Chris Paul thing across the board. But in this specific situation, I think Russell Westbrook works better for the Clippers.
Jesse, what you think?
I like Chris. I would take Chris Paul from the Clippers. I think he's just a better point guard at this point in their careers.
I think I would take Russ mainly because Chris Paul is going to get hurt. That's kind of what it comes down to.
Is he though?
But will he get hurt in the regular season or will he get hurt in the postseason?
He's going to get hurt at some point. My guess would be the postseason.
I don't
Always gets hurt in the
We're
postseason.
not fair doing this, like talking about guys like he's gonna get hurt. He's gonna get hurt. Maybe
That's
he
not fair.
will. He played 50. He played 59 games last year.
It's no different than saying James Harden's going to stink in the playoffs.
Well, he is. That's just the way it is.
CP3 missed 3 games this postseason.
Postseason?
Yeah, this playoffs. How many games did he miss?
Oh, I don't know.
He
I
missed
haven't.
just in the Nuggets series. I think he missed.
I have him missing 50. He played 59 in the regular season. He's also 38 or going to be 38.
How old is
I think he
Russ?
is 38. 32? Question mark.
Huh.
That feels old. Just
I think.
let me Google.
I think.
Russ is 35 in November.
35. Wow, my bad. Took a couple years off him.
Yeah, I think that's a tough one though. I'm not sure where I'd go.
Man, I didn't realize Russ was 35.
Russ did really good things for the Clippers.
Russ fits the Clippers. It works.
You think? But what do you think is going to happen?
I think they're gonna get Chris Paul.
That's what it feels like.
I think they're gonna get Chris Paul, and in a frustrating level of honesty, I don't know where Russell Westbrook lands. To me, in terms of, you can side eye this, but like championship caliber, huge role. LA, the Clippers make the most sense.
Yeah.
I also don't think Chris is going to the Lakers. I don't think it's the 2 LA teams. I think he's probably going to the Clippers. I don't know how they're going to work this. I don't know if there's going to be a trade, or I don't know how all of that is going to work, but I think he's going to wind up on the Clippers.
There's been speculation about
Russ played 73 games last year, by the way.
Not speculation, but people say, what about Miami for Chris Paul?
This is just my opinion. I just think he wants to be at home.
I agree.
Like he never moved his family to Phoenix.
Yeah.
Like if he can play basketball for the last year or two, close things out with there is a full circle story there to a certain degree. He didn't start his career with the Clippers, but he obviously has a very long history with the Clippers. Maybe you've got something there.
Yeah.
I don't question whether he wants to win a title. I know he wants to win a title. I've heard him say, of course I want to win a title. But I've also heard him talk about his wife and his kids.
Right.
And Phoenix was Phoenix and LA are relatively close. Miami and LA are not. And I don't know, maybe it's like, hey guys, let's move to Miami for a year or two. Like, certainly could do that. But I feel like at his age, I mean, he's got a book coming out like this week, I think.
That's why he was on Good Morning America, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And they asked the question how he found out about it. He said, I was on the plane to come here. So,
which isn't a lot of people were I don't know, surprised or making a big deal about that. Didn't seem all that surprising.
Well, I think it's more I think it's the caliber of player Chris Paul is. Like you think that you think with a player of that caliber, maybe the circumstances in which that stuff is executed are probably different.
Yeah, but if they knew, so say by the time he landed in New York, that's when the news broke. And they called him when he was on the plane, like, hey, this is about to happen. That seems fair.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not fair. I'm just saying with a player like Chris Paul, like maybe you call it, hey, we're in, but within Chris's situation, he already knew something was going to happen.
True.
He told the story on the Pivot where I think it was the Houston deal. Well, where Daryl Morey called and asked him, like, hey, do you want to be traded to such and such team? And I can't remember who it was. He says it. He says who it was. I just can't remember who it was. And Chris goes, I mean, not really, not at this point in my career. He goes, yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, it's cool. I appreciate you. Thank you. And they hang up. And like, I think he said it was like 2 days later that he was traded to Oklahoma City. Just this time, Daryl Morey didn't call. And he said when he got to Oklahoma City, no one called him. Like the coach didn't call him. The GM didn't call him. No one called him.
That's kind of crazy.
Because they all thought he didn't want to be there. And they were waiting for his agent to call them and tell him to leave. Or tell him like, hey, what are we going to do here?
Everybody thought he was going to leave.
Yeah, right. And then, so Chris said he called, I think it was the coach, and said, hey, can you send me every player's number? I want to text them and, and just let them know I'm here.
Yeah.
And word. And that's how the year with Chris Paul happened in Oklahoma City.
Chris Paul traded 5 times in his career.
That's crazy. Did you see the Leezy sent me did you see the Wizards Rockets Thunder graphic? Or no, Wizards Rockets Clippers.
No.
That if Chris Paul plays for the Wizards, that those teams have all cycled through the same point guards of John Wall, Russell Westbrook, and Chris Paul.
I haven't seen that.
It's amazing. We'll come back. James Ham said to join us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Did you see that on the rundown?
I didn't see that from Leezy though. Like,
no, did you see the question on the rundown?
Oh, no,
because it's legit next, and now I'm like, all right, what are we gonna do next?
No,
it's word for word what you said out loud.
Which question?
The Chris Paul question. 217.
Oh, I didn't see that it got moved. But when it was, I hadn't seen it since it been moved. Because when I put it in there, it was up in like the 12:30 range. You put the same thing in there?
Yeah, I put it in there.
I didn't see when you had put it in there. I must have put it in there after you put it in there.
We got to stop saying that. Just pause. It's just a whole ass pause. They're not in trouble.
No.
But that's not ideal. There's our segment when we get back.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't even say it to the chat.
Oh, you're not doing the show. Are you doing the show? You're not.
No, you're good.
I'm gonna go straight now.
I don't know if that's a troll, and I kind of wish people would stop running with that if they're not sure that's what it was. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's what that was. From everything that I know, and I've heard, they don't have any problem with Ja Morant. Like Fox and Ja, they're cool. There's no ill will between those two. So that was a little, if I don't know for sure, but if there's no intent behind that, it's kind of unfair people ran with that.
Because it's not like there's a rivalry there, right?
Right. No. There's like a rivalry between like fans, maybe, but from everything that I know, and all intents and purposes,
or it's just like the coffee boy thing.
Like they got no issues. Stanford eliminated.
I really don't know how to describe this dress that Sarah Hodges is wearing. I don't know how you would. You might. You can't even see it. Yeah. 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 What y'all really want? Hey, what was the question that you asked during the commercial break, Jesse?
Are the Kings in trouble if they don't end up landing OG in a trade and Harrison Barnes ends up walking to some other team?
And Harrison Barnes or Harrison Barnes?
And Harrison Barnes. Like, you miss out on OG and then Harrison Barnes. Let's say then he
You
goes to
missed out on
Indiana.
both of them.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay. What do you think? Are they in trouble?
No, I don't think so. Because I think, and people don't like him, but you might have a guy like Kelly Oubre sitting right there for you. You might have a guy like Rui Hachimura sitting there for you. You might have a guy, I know people don't like this. I don't want him starting.
Interesting.
But you might have a guy like Dylan Brooks in there for you.
Mm-hmm.
So there's other ways that you can absolutely pivot if those things don't happen. Now, to Jesse's question, I would want those two, either one of those two, to happen before we get into the other options. I would want them to trade for OG, or I'd want them to bring back Harrison before, ahead of, getting one of these other guys that I just mentioned. But there's still other ways that you could pivot.
Okay.
What you think?
Man, trouble's a tough word. I don't think they're in trouble. They're not in trouble.
They're not in trouble, but like I feel like that's a step back.
It's not a step. So that's what I was struggling with. They're not in trouble because I don't think it's a step back, and I'm not trying to minimize Harrison for the reasons that you just explained. Like you could probably find a player, but what I'm fearful is it's not a step forward.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That's what I'm a little fearful of. I feel like Harrison Barnes would be a bigger step forward than. I know that's weird and probably doesn't make sense, but I do feel like maintaining Harrison Barnes would constitute a step forward because of the other things going on. I'm fearful a Kelly Oubre, a Dylan Brooks, insert your favorite realistic free agent target here would be, even if it's a minor step back, I feel like it could be a step back. And I'm not talking a 38 win step back. I'm just talking like if I have the Cleveland Cavaliers taking a small step forward, this would be an equally as small step backward.
It could be. I just, like I said, you get somebody like Kelly Oubre, Dylan Brooks, something like that. I think you can accomplish everything that you're setting out to accomplish with those guys at small forward. Because what really needs to happen is Keegan Murray needs to take a step up.
So that's what I was going to ask you. Does the Harrison Barnes out, if Harrison is out and something doesn't work out with him, does that put more pressure on Keegan Murray to ascend next year?
Depending on who it is. Depending on
who the Harrison Barnes replacement player is.
I keep saying it, and some people don't like it. You bring in Kelly Oubre. I think Kelly Oubre can match up offensively what Harrison Barnes brought to the table, and their games are different. So he may be able to do some things that Harrison isn't able to do, and vice versa. But I don't. You can, production wise, you can make up for what Harrison Barnes brought to the table pretty easy. I think it's the other stuff that you worry about, the cohesion, the leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Those things are things that are kind of, you don't know if you'd be able to upgrade from Harrison Barnes with a guy like Kelly Oubre or Dylan Brooks or Rui or anything like that. But production-wise on the court, I think Kelly Oubre, for instance, could do that relatively easy. And it would keep Keegan from having to like step up in a super, super major way. I think it would kind of keep him at a natural progression that you would hope for him to have in his second season.
How about this from David Aldridge? The Kings made inquiries about Bradley Beal, but were unwilling to include Keegan Murray, their first-round pick from last year, whom the Wizards had tried to move up to select in the 2022 draft in a potential trade.
Sounds about right.
So I guess that goes back to the question I asked earlier is, do you think the Sacramento Kings made a serious offer? This is really interesting because I feel like David Aldridge is using words that I was using earlier, and Shams was framing it a bit differently. Same media distributor here at The Athletic. The Kings made inquiries, which is what David Aldridge wrote. Shams wrote his article as if Bradley Beal was selecting between Sacramento, Milwaukee, and Miami. I was adamant when this show started. I don't think that's what happened. I feel like what David Aldridge wrote hints that probably isn't. Of course, that could just be my interpretation of Shams' words. That could be my fault. That could be have nothing to do with what Shams Charania wrote, and that could just be the way that I'm perceiving this. But it says the Kings were unwilling to include Keegan Murray. So it was probably, as much as we're fantasy booking this thing, it was probably that deal that you and James put together last week when this story, or that you put together on Thursday. I think James had one similar on Friday with the Kevin Huerter, Rashawn Holmes, that whole type of deal. If they even got that far,
right?
Because it could have been, hey, we're interested in, what are we looking at with Bradley Beal? And Washington says, well, for us, all conversations start with Keegan Murray. We could build everything out from there. And Monty says no, and Michael Winger says, cool, have a good offseason. If we have anything else you want to talk about, let me know. But doesn't sound like we have a discussion here.
Right. Yeah, simple as that. And I have no problem with both sides on that situation. If I'm Washington, I'm looking to try and get a guy like Keegan Murray in that situation. And if I'm the Kings, I'm not willing to give up Keegan Murray in that particular situation.
Yeah, another potential issue here. This isn't framed as here's another line from David Aldridge. But all of those teams wanted to attach bad contracts to their offer. He's talking about the Knicks. He said that the Knicks were heavy for a while. Boston kicked the tires. The Bucks moved in late, and then he referenced the Kings. The Wizards wanted to have all Beal business off their books in 12 months, which means someone like Kevin Huerter or Rashawn Holmes wouldn't have worked. Kevin Huerter is far from a bad contract.
Right.
I think the point that David Aldridge is here, they didn't want anything in return for Bradley Beal. They wanted that money completely gone. They were able to do that with Chris Paul.
Yeah. And that's
this did not all happen over 4 days, by the way.
No.
This absolutely did not happen from Thursday to Sunday. There's no chance. Knicks, Boston, Bucks, Kings, Miami, Phoenix. There's no chance this all happened in 4 days.
The interesting thing about that is, once again, the way it's worded is it didn't seem like any of those guys were the finalists. It seemed like the Kings were in the finals in that respect. Because they said the inquiries from Milwaukee, they said the suitors were Milwaukee, Miami, the Kings, and that's all we heard. Phoenix kind of came out of nowhere. We heard Phoenix later though, not initially.
For Brad?
Yeah.
No, Phoenix was day one.
I don't remember hearing that.
Phoenix was day one. We had Phoenix and Miami on Thursday when we broke this story. Phoenix was day one. Milwaukee came in late. Milwaukee was later. I'd never heard the Knicks before. The Knicks make sense. We talked about the Knicks. I was like, the Knicks probably have as good of a trade to offer for Dame or for Bradley Beal as any team in the league.
Yeah.
But this is the I didn't know that they were in on this. I don't even think I heard Boston.
I hadn't heard Boston either. Drew Down asked, where do I get that the Kings were a finalist from that? Well, I'm just, once again, I don't know this, but they're the ones mentioned.
There was only like 5 teams. So you call them finalists if you want to. There were only like 5 or 6 teams, period.
And on top of that, we're just going back to the speculation I had earlier when we were talking about the Kings being mentioned as a team that Brad would waive his no trade clause for. Like, I don't think that happened randomly.
Knicks, Celtics.
That's just my opinion.
Knicks, Celtics, Bucks, Kings, Miami and Phoenix. That's it. Those were the only 5 teams. So if you want to call those final, that's what Kenny's referring to. That's it. That's all there was. Those were the starting 5 and the only 5. But I go back to my conspiracy theory though. I think it was Phoenix all along.
It could have been that could have been the case for sure. I'm also of the belief, once again, just reading the tea leaves, I think they were trying to get him out of the Eastern Conference. I always think that. I always feel like the GMs, if they can, if all things are equal or close to it, would rather move player X to a different conference. It's not tried and true. It's not exactly how things go. But if the offers are close, if Miami and Phoenix had a close offer, I think they would go with Phoenix.
But it's not their decision, though. That's the caveat in this. It's not Washington's decision.
Yeah, but right. I'm just saying, just in general, just as trades go in general.
No, I got you. Usually, it's just in this trade
not
scenario,
a no trade clause.
Yeah,
I'm just in general.
Yeah, I got you. I know what point you're trying to make. It's important to point out in this situation, it doesn't apply.
Mm-hmm.
Washington literally had little control over this, unless they were going to say, well, we just aren't going to trade you, which clearly they didn't want to do. When the report that if Michael Winger wants to hit the reset button was put out, he had already started in motion to hit the reset button.
Mm-hmm.
Again, there's no way all of this happened in 4 days. The Wizards wanted off all Beal business in their. They wanted all Beal business off their books in 12 months. Yeah, Michael Winger knew that when he took the job.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about a general manager's first step, their first act. This was his first act, and it probably started before he even walked in the door.
Now, just like free agency and the draft and restricted free agency, if people are doing their jobs, which I believe they are, Michael Winger, like you say, 4 days ago, he didn't come up with this. He's been thinking about this probably even before he got the job.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably part of his interview.
Absolutely.
How do I get out of the Bradley Beal situation?
Yep.
4 days ago, do you think possibly he just got on the same page with Bradley Beal?
Meaning Brad wanted out the whole time?
Like maybe Brad didn't say anything, right? But Winger had this idea and had this plan the whole time. And they finally talked to Brad a week ago. It was like, Brad, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like when you talk about these things happening in 4 or 5 days, maybe that's when they finally agreed, like, okay, this is best for everybody involved 4 or 5 days ago.
I don't think that happened. No, I don't think that happened 4 days ago. I think that happened a while ago. I don't know how long ago. Might have happened his first day or his second day. I don't know, but I don't know why this became so public 4 days ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why would
really the Kings part was 4 days ago. The Bradley Beal stuff was maybe the day before?
Mm-hmm.
Or
it was the day before.
It was the day before.
Why would they wait though? Like if they knew about this 3 weeks ago, is it just because the NBA season was going on maybe? Or
well, when did Michael Winger get the job? It was relatively recently, wasn't it? It wasn't.
I'd say probably 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. I feel like it started right after that.
I feel like it started right after that. Absolutely could have. And maybe
I mean, you got to talk to you're probably Bradley Beal's agent's probably the first person you're talking to.
Yeah, maybe it's just one of those things where they are waiting for the NBA season to finish.
And then they hired Winger May 25th.
Yeah, it's about
a little less than a month ago.
Yeah. So good. I am a believer in, like, while the Celtics are coming back from 3-0 down, this news probably Adam Silver don't want this news coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You got something going on.
Yeah, Adam Silver has a flair for the dramatic when it comes to the NBA Finals.
Keep it under wraps and work behind the scenes unless you have something done. And when the finals is over, then you can do business as usual. Or they could have just sat there.
Yeah, I just think that's kind of the way that it happened. They probably allowed this to get public when they knew it was close to happening. because of who's involved, it's probably not difficult to have kept quiet. I don't know why it became public though, because sometimes you want this stuff out there because you could just get a barrage of trade offers. In this situation, it didn't matter. Brad was going to be able to choose where he wanted to go.
Well, it kind of, I wouldn't say it mattered. Like he could choose if Brad is thinking Phoenix and Miami are the only options, the only ones that are really willing to trade for me. And then you get this news out here, maybe you got other options. Maybe he's willing to go to Dallas.
But he doesn't.
I'm just
that's cute. Oh, that's so cute, Kenny.
Just threw it.
That's adorable.
Nobody's willing to go to Dallas.
No, but what I feel like is the conversation is being had, and Brad's like, okay, I'll go. I want to go to Phoenix. I'd consider Miami. I mean, and then Michael says, hey, what about New York? What about Sacramento? There are going to be teams that are interested. Would you listen to any of them? Would you consider any of them? Yeah, I consider it. I think that's what it is. I don't think it's who's willing to make an offer. I think it's where he's willing to go. And again, my conspiracy theory to start this whole thing, I think he only wanted to go to Phoenix, which I don't understand.
Not your conspiracy theory. This
deal doesn't make any sense.
His thought that's where he wants to go is crazy.
It does not at all.
Absolutely crazy.
It does not at all. I'm fascinated, but so Miami, I wondered how much of Miami's thing is like saving face here. Because Miami's telling anyone who will listen, or at least someone connected to Miami is telling anyone who will report it, they've got their eyes on bigger things. They wanted Dame Lillard. Well, that's a great thing to say after you potentially lost out on Brad Beal, and you may not be able to get Dame Lillard. So you're running it back with Bam, Jimmy, and Tyler at this point in a team that was 4 minutes away from being eliminated in the play-in.
Yeah.
So I don't. That's an interesting one. The Heat are fascinating to me because I just don't know I don't know what they are. I don't know what I'm supposed to think about them.
Do you think they got a real shot at Dame?
Yeah,
I do too.
I do.
I kind of feel like that's where I think that's going to happen.
You think that's where this whole thing is going? Dame to Miami?
I think so. I can't.
Who's a better? Give me a sec.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is a good question. He says before the chat roast him. Who's a better? Okay, now I'm working this out in my head. Who's a better chance at the title? And we'll have to factor in what the trade looks like. The team that just went to the NBA Finals, but under the circumstances that I just laid out, nearly eliminated, overachieved the whole way. Not going to minimize it, but that's how they got to the finals. With Dame Lillard or the other team that he mentioned, the Brooklyn Nets.
The Heat.
Definitively.
Yes.
Anybody going to say Brooklyn?
I don't know.
Dame.
Jesse, the Heat or the Nets?
Mikal.
It's the Heat, because if it's the Nets, I'm sure you're sending someone like Cam Johnson, like in a sign and trade or something like that, right? Like the Nets won't have anything. The Nets won't have anything. If they
the Nets.
I wasn't thinking about the Nets.
No, think about it.
If the Nets roster,
the Nets
somehow stayed the same.
Well, they got all of Phoenix's picks.
Yeah,
you could trade Phoenix's picks, and you still have first round picks.
Miami,
or you trade your picks and you keep Phoenix's.
Miami would run out. Miami would run out pretty much the same team that just went to the finals and add Dame, because like the person that would be included
was gone.
Tyler Hero.
Yeah, right.
So I think it would be Miami.
Yeah, either way, I'm taking Dame, Bam, and Jimmy over whatever.
Yeah, I think so too. I just really, I'm telling you, Mikal Bridges is going to be a star. Mikal Bridges is going to be a star in this league.
He's shown improving in this time he had with Brooklyn for sure.
You guys think the reports of that have come out lately, like the Trailblazers, like they want to move with Dame and stuff like that and build a contender? You think that's them kind of like almost like leveraging, like I
think that's them holding on for dear life.
They're just playing this little game, man. Just Well, man, take control of your franchise. Take control.
Maybe they're
so
trying
weak
to
in the
build.
knees.
Maybe they are trying to build around Dame.
It might be. It might be. There's a school of thought where it says you don't trade a guy like Dame Lillard. You write that till the wheels fall off. I've said that plenty of times, and I understand it. If I was Portland, I'd be looking to move on and restart this thing with Scoot or Brandon Miller or somebody Shaden Sharp and
all of them.
Yeah,
well, not all of them.
And what you would
Couldn't have
get
both of those guys.
in Tyler Hero or something like that. I'd be looking to move on that way. But like I said, there's a school of thought. You ride this thing, and as long as Dame wants to be there, you ride until the wheels fall off.
That team with Miami, Tyler Hero out, Dame Lillard in. Miami obviously went to the NBA Finals. We know that. 44-38 last year. Good for the 8th spot. Well, I think these are readjusted. Might have been the 7th. Yeah, I think that was good for the 7th spot. I can't. This is wonky.
They had the 7th spot because they played 2 home games.
Okay.
Well, maybe that didn't matter, but still, I think.
Well, I'm just looking at their. I mean, Atlanta was 41-41. Chicago was 40-42. Toronto was 41-41. But they adjust this standing things.
Yeah.
But point being, where does Miami go
if they get Dame?
If they get Dame,
they go into the top 4 for sure. Off the top of my head, I'm saying top 3. With
so
Milwaukee
bumping
and Boston,
Philadelphia out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Top 3 in the East.
Dame to the Knicks move you at all?
Not really. That's another thing. It doesn't really fit.
Yeah, me. That's exactly
Like,
the way I feel.
You got Jalen Brunson who's playing phenomenal there. Like he's your point guard. He's your ball handler. Your creator. Don't really need to give up what you'd have to give up to get Dame Lillard. Now I will say this: maybe you go with Jalen, Dame in the backcourt, and with all the assets that you have, you can make it work. Like you'd be giving up maybe RJ Barrett, maybe Obi Toppin, and all these picks. And RJ is your starter for sure, but you're not really giving up much of anything that you rely on. You'd still have Julius Randle. I think Mitchell Robinson is under contract. He might be a free agent, but it's got Jalen Brunson. Maybe you could re-sign Josh Hart. These are guys that play for you. These are guys that produce for you. Obi Toppin was a little bit of a luxury, and Dame would take RJ Barrett's spot. So, yeah, I could see it working, but
can I point something out?
Yes, sir.
So Miami was 44-38.
Mm-hmm.
Brooklyn was 45-37. No one wants to get on board with me on this.
Well, Brooklyn won. What they win, like 13 or 15 with KD and Kyrie there?
I don't know.
They went on a crazy run. So I don't think they're a true 45. Well, I think they were under 500 after the trade. They're under 500 team after the trade. So you're looking at it probably like a 40, 41 win team, over the course of a season. Still good. Still good enough for playing, right?
No, they made the playoffs.
No, I mean, if they would have won 41 games.
They would have, yeah.
They still would have been in the play-in.
I can't tell if they're an under 500 team. They did have a stretch. They did have a 5-game losing streak. They lost 6 of 7 in that stretch, but then they won 5 of 6.
I think they were the number 1 seed at one point because Kyrie and KD, they won like 13 or 14. They were the hottest thing out for about 3 weeks. And then KD got hurt and hurt his knee. And that's when everything changed. That's when it all falls down. Kanye West and Selena Johnson or Lauryn Hill, depending on what bootleg you have.
Are they just better off blowing it up, Brooklyn?
No.
Well,
no.
I see what Jesse's saying. They're going to be stuck around there.
They're going to be stuck, I feel like.
They'll be good enough to be 6 to 8 seed, but never good enough to get to 4.
Right now, you can get a lot from Michael Bridges.
But then what are you doing?
Or you're just restarting at
You're
that
just
point.
sucking.
So where do you want to be? Do you want to be playing?
You haven't even had
first
the
round and out?
opportunity to do anything with this team yet. First thing I'm doing is firing Sean Marks and throwing him out of New York. That's the first thing I'm doing.
You know what the killer is, though, and this is why they can't re-sign Cam Johnson, is Ben Simmons. That's the killer.
That's
because you can't do nothing with the money.
Well, you can re-sign Cam Johnson. That
would be real killer. Not that he's a bad player.
No, it's exactly what you said. That contract is murdering you. Which is why I fire Sean Marks and throw him out of the state of New York. That's how I hit the reset button. We'll come back. Y'all gonna see about Mikal Bridges, man.
We don't doubt Mikal Bridges.
I think you do.
No.
I said something about him. You were like, no way. We'll come back. We'll come back. Well, one-man wolf pack. James Ham joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Is Ben Simmons on the Nets by game 1?
Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna go yes, because where else is it gonna be?
Well, I was gonna say too, like at that point, you can't even trade him. You're gonna have to buy him out, right?
Yeah, I don't know where else he could. And at that point, like, why even bother? Like, just bring him back and let him play. And then if he can't play anymore, then I don't know. Maybe insurance will cover it. I have no idea.
You think any big names get moved between now and the draft? Or is Brad Beal the first and only?
I think Brad's the only one before the draft. Yeah, I think Brad Beal's I think Brad's the only one before Thursday. Them motherfuckers really took Juneteenth off. That's funny as hell to me. They on now? No, I don't think they are. Well, yeah, they were. You're right, they were. I don't think anybody else is. It's a wild group over there. Ooh, yeah. I don't know, but yeah. Remind me. I heard forced time off. Yep. Remember that dude we talked about one day? Yes, that one. He's front runner. Yeah. Right. I see you, Dr. David. Oh my gosh. That I was trying so hard to not laugh during the whole thing. I was like, I'm not even gonna tell him. Oh man. This is funny. I don't know why, but that's just funny to me. Is it a real possibility that Giannis goes elsewhere? I don't think so, at least not anytime soon. Not anytime soon.
Okay.
Man. We worked that like we did this one to get 4. James Ham set to join us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll get his thoughts on the Bradley Beal deal. Interesting screen name here that I'll just let live out there on YouTube and Twitch. D-Lo, are we getting OG? Brother, I don't know. I sure hope so.
That was the big talk, at least on Saturday when he was out. Everybody was talking about OG, and Bradley Beal was still in the conversation at that point. And, who would you rather have and all this other stuff. And I think they're going to get something done with somebody. Like, I don't think they're going to stand pat. I really don't. I think they're looking to make moves out here. Now it takes 2 to tango. That's why I'm not so confident. Like, they're going to get this and that done.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're looking to bolster this roster.
Mm-hmm. No, there's no doubt about that. I don't think it involves anything that happens Thursday either.
Okay.
And if it does, I don't think it's for OG. I think it's about something we might not know about. I think they're drafting at 24. I think they're playing that player that they're drafting at 24. I think the OG stuff comes separately. I do have a clock though for OG Anunoby. Like I think we're getting till Friday, a week from Friday. I think we're getting till free agency, because if they don't have something worked out and executed, they've got to move forward with Harrison Barnes. At least I think they've got to move forward with Harrison Barnes.
I would think so.
I mean, you could we talked about the Brooklyn Nets a minute ago and Cam Johnson. You can do that for sure, but I really hope you're confident in what Brooklyn's going to do, because Harrison's going to have suitors. I do think the dollar figure, we talked about Indiana earlier. I know there's a Dallas rumor out there regarding Harrison Barnes. I think the dollar figure for Dallas and for Indiana are probably different than Sacramento.
I don't think he has yet. But say Kyle Kuzma opts out of his deal, which it seems like he's going to. Would you take him over Harrison?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go no.
No to Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, yeah. No. I don't have no beef with Kyle Kuzma.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. I've really put a lot into this OG Anunoby thing. Like, I'm trying to figure out like the conversation. Like, do you think does Kyle Kuzma make the Sacramento Kings better?
I think he keeps them at least level with what they were last season. I think there is a chance they can be better too. I think if it came down to it, like I'd take Kuzma. Like, say from our conversation earlier with like Barnes leaves and they don't land OG, like Kuzma's third on that list.
Yeah, I think Kuzma's
third. Okay.
I think Kuzma's a you said if Barnes leaves?
Yeah, like say like Barnes were to leave or whatever, they don't let OG. Next on my list of a Pet of Oubre, Brooks, and all those guys would be Kuzma.
Yeah, the report is he's expected to decline his $13 million option. He still has plenty of time before he has to do it, but he is expected to opt out. Trey Lyles is an important component in all of this too. Like we like it's universal. Like we want to re-sign Trey Lyles, right? Yeah, and I don't mean we in terms of the Sacramento Kings. I mean we in terms of Sacramento Kings fans.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it feels like Kuz can play a 3. He can be a small forward, but he's kind of looked at more as a power forward. He's a 3. He's a 4-3.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I would take, in that scenario, I would take Kuz first. Ahead of
Kuz a better defender? He's a better defender than Harrison.
The numbers probably say something different.
Well, yeah, James's damn numbers.
Yeah.
Like I
thought Kuz was a little better this year, but he's not like a super defender though. But I think he's
Kuz?
probably right on par with Harrison right now. In his career.
Wasn't Kuz tweeting about the Kings all?
Oh yeah. I think he said the atmosphere is lit, or the team looked like they was good, and all. Kuz need to come on to Sacramento then, bruh.
He does have like connections. I mean, being the trade that almost happened and stuff like that. But
then he said
That's right.
On some podcast about a year ago when they were talking about that trade, he was like, I wasn't really tripping off going to Sacramento. Like, it's an hour flight from LA. Like, it's no big deal. Like, I was ready to go. I think he said he was, or maybe it was Montrez. They called people looking for houses, looking for places to live.
I think that was Montrezl Harrell.
Yeah. This is when the team stunk.
Yeah. I'm hung up on Kyle Kuzma. I don't know what to do with that one. I don't know what to do with that one. I'm fascinated at how all this Harrison stuff works out. I think their list is OG first, Harrison second, with no clue who's third. I have no idea who would be third on their component on their list. Where if they miss out on one and they miss out on two, I don't know who's next.
Kuzma gives you the rebounding that you were probably missing with Harrison too. He averaged 7 rebounds this season.
What do you know what Harrison averaged off?
He's at 4.5.
Oh, that's got to be better. 4.5. Come on, man.
Yeah, Kuzma was 21.
We need better than that, Harrison.
Kuzma was 21 points, 7.5 rebounds, and then Harrison was 15 and 4.5.
Okay.
Like I said, I'll take
33% from three, 44% from the field. That's what Kuzma was this last year, where he averaged 21.
Harrison was 30.
Harrison was 47 and 37.
Sizable difference in 17 points per game. Is that right? Was it 17 points per game for Harrison?
Was 15.
15. Okay, my bad.
The rebounding numbers jump out to me right there. Because I don't expect him to score 21 points a night here in Sacramento if he came here. So, that would go down to maybe 17. But if he can rebound the same way for a team that struggled to rebound at times.
Is Kyle Kuzma a Monty McNair type player?
As in,
I don't know.
I think
doesn't it seem like Monty has you look at Davion, like the outlier is Malik. It feels like of the Monty McNair acquisitions, like Malik's kind of the outlier. He's the big personality. He's Malik he's a whole vibe. Whereas everybody else is grinders, hard workers. Not suggesting Malik isn't. It's just that they're known for different things.
Right.
Alex Lynn, tough guy, take any role. I really don't know what Trey Lyles' rep is. I don't think Trey Lyles has one.
You
even look at Tyrese Davion Keegan. Tyrese Davion Keegan, super low key guys. Despite the fact Tyrese is on every podcast that was ever created, he's not a big, boisterous, personality. Not that he's great on the mic, but he's not that.
I think he is. I think Tyrese
is. He?
Yeah. He talks a lot.
Okay.
He
puts himself out there.
Yeah, he puts himself out. He got the fashion thing going on, the walks. He's big on that.
Well, all right. I wish you would stop that.
Well, it's his style, Some of the people like it.
Okay. I guess I'm just not a fan. I think because I witnessed the Sacramento walk in person and almost wanted to ask him if he was okay, because it was just so awkward and stiff. And is in them pants? It's like, hey, what
the pants is? That's what really sticks out to me. That's just not my vibe.
But the baggy, that's just the way they cut pants. You saw what I had on Saturday, like that. Those pants fit right around the waist. I put them things on. I was like, man, you look like Steve Harvey in '97. Come on, man.
That's the new one. Then they got the slim joints that open up to it. Not really bell bottom because they're not like loose, but they open up tight around the shoe, so it hangs over the shoe. That's the new one right now.
Ain't gonna hang over my shoe.
I think it's at a point, right? I've thought about it. If it doesn't work out though, you go get Kuzma. Kuzma would be second on the list, I think.
So okay, so go ahead. I'll cue it up right here.
Oh my God!
That's what we're doing. It's what we're doing with Harrison, huh? It's what we're doing with Harrison.
That's what I'm doing.
He's a member of the Shield, and this is what we're doing.
I'm just trying to get better. That's all this is. It's not personal.
What is he doing? God! Is he the third man? He's the third man! What the hell is going on here?
Well, you're the same person that would tell Dame Lillard, get the hell out of here and go to Orlando and shut up.
No, that's not what I would say. I'd say I got a business to run. I say you don't want to be here anymore, and this team's giving me a B-. This team's giving me a A. It's my report card. I got to go get an A. That's why I feel bad for James Jones. James Jones' name is on the test, and Isaiah Thomas is doing all of the work.
How to be an advisor. It's a great job.
Why don't you just fire James Jones and let him go?
No, because Isaiah don't want to do the day-to-day. Said I'll be an advisor.
Does he even have an official title with them?
I don't know.
He's running the team. He's running the team. Yes, Isaiah Thomas is running the Phoenix Suns.
Well, you saw what CP3 said today, right?
I did see what he said today.
What do you say?
I'm not stating this as an opinion. Isaiah Thomas is running the Phoenix Suns.
That's what he said?
CP3 basically said, like, yeah, Isaiah and the owner are behind the trade.
He brought up Isaiah's name over and over and over again in the New York Times. I'm sorry that I didn't tweet this definitive. Isaiah Thomas is running the Phoenix Suns.
We're not going to do that.
That's
Matt Ishbia is running the team.
Isaiah Thomas is running the Phoenix Suns.
What's Matt Ishbia doing?
He's the owner.
Oh, so he ain't doing that.
You are missing what I'm telling you right now.
I understand what you're saying.
Who's running the Sacramento Kings?
Vivek.
Jesus Christ.
Whose fault was it that they stunk this whole time?
No, don't do that to me, because I didn't think it was Vivek. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You do this whole last hour with James. You ain't going to do that to me. Absolutely not. I'm telling you right now, Isaiah Thomas is running the New York Knicks. Running the Phoenix Suns.
Might be running
the end. Matt Ishbia.
I'm not letting Ishbia off the hook.
Hi, James.
Hi, friends.
Dude, it's pissing me off. He's getting under me. He knows he's getting under my skin too.
No, I just ain't letting Matt Ishbia off the hook.
You don't have to let. You can blame.
They're gonna put all this on Isaiah.
I know you've got this ridiculous love affair with Isaiah Thomas, but what I'm telling you now is Isaiah is running the Phoenix Suns. He is making the decisions for Phoenix, and Matt Ishbia is signing off on them. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This dude. James.
So if Ishbia says no, is it happening?
No, but that's not what I'm saying. Those two are work. Isaiah Thomas doesn't have a job. Isaiah Thomas does not have a job, but he is the one who is running this team and taking all of these ideas to Matt Ishbia, who's signing off on them. And James Jones sitting at home wondering what the hell's going on. He don't even know Bradley Beal's on the Suns yet.
He just doesn't have Twitter then, I guess.
He doesn't have Twitter. Poor James.
He doesn't have an alert for Woj bomb like the rest of us do. Yeah, I don't know. The Suns have, I mean, they're all in. They're all in on a magical 3 and possibly a magical 4, but they're trying to dump the magical 4 to make sure
they're all in on an expensive 4.
Yeah, I mean, this really feels like a high risk situation with a whole group of players that get injured a lot. And then I thought it was interesting today too that they just put out this list of all of their free agents that they're going to bring back, and it's like, okay, wait a sec, like that's not how this works, and all of those people are going to have to take nothing. They're like, you're going to be in the double apron territory here anytime, and they're going to get absolutely nothing. So it's a really strange situation.
But they can keep their guys, can't they?
Well, if they want to play for nothing, I mean, look at their salary right now. They're like 160 something million.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
No, it's wild. It's wild how much money they're up to right now. And so, they're going to be like way above the salary, the ceiling of the salary cap, and they'll go into that apron or the second apron, and then they'll be completely hamstrung. Like, they're not going to have a mid-level exception. They're not going to have all of these other avenues to bring in players. Like, they can sign their own free agents that have been there for 3 years or more to using Larry Bird rights. Anyone who's been there 2 years, they can use early bird rights too. But like, those players are going to want to get paid as well. Like, if I'm the Kings, I'm looking at Torrey Craig. Like, man, how do you get Torrey Craig? He'd be a nice player to have as your fourth or fifth guard. And I think a lot of teams around the league are looking at some of their secondary players, and Josh Okogie would be a nice, defensive minded bench player for any team, including the Sacramento Kings, at like a 2-3. Yeah. So they're going to have to figure out how to piece this thing together once they get it all wrapped up with the Beal situation taken care of.
You mentioned the second tax apron. I got a question to that, because I think I learned something from Bobby Marks, but I've convinced myself I don't understand this properly. You're listening to D'Lo and KC along with James Ham here on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch and YouTube as well. James, if a team is in that second tax apron multiple times in is it like a 4-year span, their pick is moved to the end of the draft? Is that right?
Yeah. The first thing happens is it gets frozen.
Right. So I understand that. Like, you can't move it.
Yeah, you can't move it. But if you do it multiple times, then wherever you're, they even talked about the Golden State Warriors. The Golden State Warriors, who will be above the apron, the secondary apron, they won't, all of their TPEs, you won't be able to use a traded player exception. So that's how some of these teams have, especially the Boston Celtics, were like so good at this. They would trade players into space. And like when they were going to lose Gordon Hayward, is that who was it? Yeah, I think it was. They made the deal, but they made a deal at the last second where they traded him for basically nothing, but got a monstrous trade exception. And then they use that trade exception to go out and use that to get other players. So they won't be able to use their taxpayer mid-level, which is like $4 million, I think. They won't be able to use a TPE in excess of 110% of the salary. Like, there are all kinds of things that they won't be able to do anymore. And then the salary cap, I mean, the draft pick thing is really interesting, where they're going to freeze their pick where they can't trade it. And that's a mess. And then if you do it twice, then you just fall back to 30. And then I wonder like how that works. So what if there's 3 teams that do it? Do they like Rochambeau for who's going to be 28, 29, and 30? I'm not sure, but I like the penalties. It's a way of curbing this ridiculousness that's happened over the last couple of years. And you're taking away all of the extra ways for these teams to get hurt, for these teams to get help and to hurt other teams. And I think the days of everyone just lining up to go play for a team are kind of over. And, like I'm going to go take a league minimum salary to play for a championship thing. I don't know if it's going to be the same going forward.
This is a funny headline and tweet that I'm seeing. Kevin Arnovitz of ESPN. I remember when this article came out, and he wrote a piece a year ago saying how the Phoenix Suns plan to nail the NBA draft by mostly ignoring it.
Yeah.
They've given up their 23, 25, 27, 29 first round picks and gave up control of 24, 26, and 28. They've traded at least 4 second round picks in the Beal deal and a 2029 second round pick. So we'll see how this plan works out. Just giving up on the draft and going after the superstars. James, I don't have a huge problem with any of the financial stuff or the draft pick stuff. Like, I really don't. The biggest issue I have is I don't think these guys complement each other well at all. And I don't think this is going to work. I think depending on what you get with Ayton, you're going to need a point guard. Then even if you move on from Ayton, you're going to be small on the defensive end. I just think it creates a whole bunch of problems. Not a whole bunch, but it creates some important problems for this team. And I don't think it's going to work. This is a championship move, and I don't see this team being a championship team.
Yeah, I'm confused by the move as well. I really like Bradley Beal. I think he's an exceptional player, but he's always hurt. Like on the average over the last 4 seasons, he misses 25 games a year. And like there are things that he doesn't do well. He's not a great 3-point shooter, which is kind of what you need in this type of situation. He's also not a great slasher. He plays in the mid-range a ton. And you're talking about all the draft picks and stuff that they've put out there. I think the interesting thing about like mortgaging the future, right? Even if we like look at the Kings right now, you're Monty McNair. Like, why not? Because if you think Isaiah Thomas is running the show there, like the entire ownership group has changed and like everyone's different and management could be different. So you could go run amok in a franchise like this, trade away all their picks forever and then be out of a job. And then that's someone else's like, oh boy, like what have I left myself with? And it makes that job less attractive. Like who wants to go to a job where you're completely hamstrung? Whoever is running the show after this season or the season after that, like you're still roped into all 3 of these guys and there's nothing you can do to really improve the product if it's not a championship winner. Now, if it's a championship winner, like who cares? But if it falls short, if they get bounced, and if, again, we watched it play out in the playoffs, they didn't have the length and athleticism at the wing to compete. That's why they lost. The thing we kept saying on here was, man, if they only had Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges, they probably would have won that series. They probably would have kept going, but they didn't. And so you're looking at like this issue that how do they just replace those pieces? The Kings have cap space and they might not be able to like go out and get those pieces that they need, which are very similar. Like they need that same exact thing. I'm not sure that you can do it, but I think it's really interesting, especially like for a guy like Monty McNair right now. He probably signed a 4-year contract. We don't know the exact, but it probably lined up with Mike Brown's extension. So he probably got 3-year. Well, like he's already traded his 2024. There's a possibility that he moves. He figures out a way, whether it's working with the Atlanta Hawks or it's writing, like putting what's called a rider into a trade where it says you'll get their 2026 if the 2024 is relayed. If not, you've got to get the 2028 pick if they go out and trade their pick. But again, Monty could do the same thing. Just trade a whole bunch of picks, do a whole bunch of pick swaps, and hope that you're there to see it through. But if not, like you'll be somewhere else and probably, be able to do the same thing again, or at least have your picks and go do what it is that you need to do to improve your team. And like the Suns aren't the only team doing this. Like so many teams in the league have done this. Even when we look at the Denver Nuggets haven't valued first-round picks the last couple of years, and they've traded them away to get veteran players that work. And so, this is every team has like a massive puzzle to put together. And I think the Suns puzzle sure, you got your corner pieces, but like, what about the rest of it? And it's not going to be easy.
No, it's going to be interesting. And what happens with DeAndre Ayton over the course of the next few weeks will certainly be interesting to follow as well. As obviously he's going to be shopped and everyone in the league knows that. And I don't imagine the return for him is going to be very high, but it's this super team thing to an extreme degree with these big contracts for Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant, and then just filling it out with whatever you can. And now with these new, this might be the CBA the owners were finally hoping for, unless the Phoenix Suns succeed. And if the Phoenix Suns succeed, the teams will just look at it like, oh, okay, it doesn't matter. We could do it without the tax player mid-level. We could do it without all the exceptions they grant us. We've just got to, we've got to land our 3 guys, and every team who has the aspirations of trading for a superstar is going to feel like, oh, well, we're going to be the ones who are able to get it done just like they did. So Phoenix could really set the tone for this new collective bargaining agreement with what happens this year.
Well, also, this trade could not have happened after July 1st. Like
Right.
the way that they did this trade, it couldn't have happened. Like the new rules put in place would have blocked this from what I've read. And that's a big deal. So like, look, I think there is going to be a mad scramble here in the last couple of days before the new CBA takes into effect, where teams are going to really kick the tires. And again, if you were the Kings, we keep hearing the Kings were involved and that they had some sort of offer on the table. And we talked about what it would take last week. The overriding thing that I keep hearing, and I know Damian's heard, they just aren't going to include Keegan Murray in any trade. And you start looking at their roster and how many players can you say that about? They've only got 7 players under contract. They aren't including De'Aaron Fox in a deal. They're not going to include Domantas Sabonis in a deal. And then you start getting to this, okay, well, who's next? And they only have, if you take those 3 players, they only have 4 more players. They only have Rashawn Holmes. They only have Keegan Murray. They only have Kevin Huerter and Davion Mitchell. Outside of that are guaranteed deals. Like, again, PJ Dozier has a guarantee like on July 6th or something. They have until then to figure out what they're going to do with that spot. Kessler Edwards, they have a team option on Kessler. And again, they'll probably trigger that team. But we're talking about $2 million players. Those don't matter in the grand scheme of making a deal like this. Those are just toss-ins for salary cap. And I'm not trying to be rude to those guys, but in a mega deal, those are just like chips that you're using to make sure that you get to within 125% of the other player's salary. And the other thing the Kings can do is in a deal like that, if they were going to make a monster deal to get a player that's making $47 million this next year, they'd have to come up with a bunch of salary, but then they can also waive their rights to Harrison Barnes, allow him to take away basically his Larry Bird rights and then go out and use cap space. But then that's a whole nother question. Like, do you want to use cap space like that? Do you want to give up your mid-level or your biannual exception? Like, this is a very complex puzzle. We talked about it on the podcast this weekend with Eric Pincus, and there's so many different avenues that Kings can take here to better this team, but none of them are just as simple as going on the trade machine and throwing a couple of names in and having it churn out. They have some major decisions about how they want to structure their entire offseason, and I don't think they really know how to do that right now without guarantees of player X or player Y. So it's going to be complicated.
Do you think the Kings were seriously in on Bradley Beal, or were they just kind of, loose talks, or maybe not even talks? How
discussions?
How in do you think they were on the Bradley Beal sweepstakes?
Well, as a general manager, when a player like Bradley Beal, a player of his quality, and when we're talking about a 3-time All-Star, we're talking about a guy who would slide right into your starting lineup and make you a better team. He is a talent increase over some of the players that we're talking about on the roster. And if you're in that situation, you have to, as a general manager, at least make the call. And whether it got more than that, just make the call, I don't know. But we certainly have, we'll have to find out down the road. And we're already seeing in the postmortem of the trade that they're saying, well, Keegan Murray's the stopping block in any trade when it comes to the Kings. And it's something that, like, we talked about this last year and everyone thought I was saying, oh, you're going to you have to trade Keegan Murray. And I was like, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that if you're making a call for OG Anunoby, the first player they're going to ask for is Keegan Murray. And then it's up to Monty McNair to make the decision on yes or no, whether they're going to, push the button and trade a guy like Keegan Murray. And the answer is they're not, as of right now. Like, everything that I keep hearing, they're not going to trade him. And so a lot of conversations end right there. Like, you're not going to have further conversations with the Kings because outside of draft picks, they really don't have a lot to offer because they only have done contract.
Do you think OG Anunoby is their top priority this offseason?
I mean, he's the one that everyone knows that they would like, but it's kind of tough because what we're talking about is a really good player who's under contract with another team and that other team has been reluctant to trade him the entire time. Just because we keep hearing his name out there does not mean that they're willing to trade him. And that's always been the problem. It's the problem with him and Siakam. There's a very tight bond between Masai Ujiri and those players. And he has been reluctant to get rid of them. And especially if you look at the roster, how far away is Toronto from competing? Because it wasn't that long ago they were. And Scotty Barnes is only going to get better each and every year. Can you bring back Fred VanVleet? If you do, and you bring back Gary Trent Jr., that team really isn't bad, you know?
No, I agree. I like Toronto. But if you're going, there's a certain point where you hit mismanagement levels. And I'm not suggesting at all that Masai Ujiri has hit that. But if you wait till the trade deadline in hopes of trading OG or Pascal or whoever, but specifically OG Anunoby, and you don't, like you're once the season starts, your value goes down. You get to the trade deadline, your value is even lower. And then you get past the trade deadline. Now you're in the losing for nothing, category. You just did that with Fred VanVleet. Now I'm an advocate for that in certain situations, but I don't know that I'm an advocate for that in this situation for the Toronto Raptors. You have to know if you're Masai Ujiri and is it Darko Radog? Darko, I think is his first name, the head coach, the new head coach. You've got to know, like, is OG a part of, like, do we want OG a part of our future for years to come? Because you could hit, financially, it makes sense for him to hit the free agent market, and you try your luck with everybody else, but you've got to know that, like, right now. Because if not, you get in. I'd argue that's why Washington is in this position that they're in. They couldn't. Oh, we're gonna keep going with Brad. No, we're gonna keep going with Brad. No, we're not. And you don't get anything in return. Whereas if you had done this years ago, you probably could have gotten a haul for Bradley Beal.
Yeah, I think the problem is you keep trying. And it's the same thing that Portland's doing right now. You keep trying to put it together, to piece it together around these great players. And we're talking about legacy players, players that are top 5 ever in your franchise, right? And how do you just give up on them when they still have years of basketball left? You still have them under contract. They're still willing to play for you. But if you can't build around them, you have to do what's right by the player and what's right by your franchise. And I think both of those franchises are in this similar situation. And you can look at Portland, and their path to getting better is super simple, but it's hard. You have to trade Damian Lillard. You have to reset at some point. It's not like when you get all of these young players, Shaedon Sharps, and say you draft Brandon Miller, or you say you draft Scoot Henderson, like, that's fine. But by the time those players are ready to really compete and to really be part of a franchise that's moving and going somewhere, like, Damian Lillard will be a really, really expensive paperweight in a lot of senses. He's going to be someone who maybe he can still shoot, maybe he can still play a little bit. We're talking about like 34, 35, 36-year-old. And that's just not how you typically build a team around an aging superstar. And so I don't know. It's all of this is complicated. And I feel bad for some of these teams, but we also have to look at the Sacramento Kings. They're a team that tried to build through the draft for 15 years and struck out like almost every time. Like, they had a couple of bunt singles in there, and then they had one home run with De'Aaron Fox. But outside of that, there's a ton of misses that happened for years and years and years. That's what the NBA is. It's the biggest crapshoot. The lottery is just, it's a total crapshoot. You have no idea. Again, Steph Curry, look at how many players are drafted ahead of him. There are 4 point guards drafted ahead of him. 3 point guards, 4 point guards. That's the way it works sometimes. Giannis Antetokounmpo goes in the middle of the first round, and the Kings draft Ben McLemore. So there's always that sort of thing that happens. So if you're like a team like the Blazers, like, how do you build? And I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that they went out and got like one of the best draft guys ever, Mike Schmitz, and they should be building through the draft, because you got the guy who knows everybody and who knows all of these players and has scouted these players. You have the pathway to get better. And I don't know. I don't think that that's the way they're going to go.
Kings hit a triple with DeMarcus. They just couldn't get him home.
Yeah.
Might have gone a step further and said they hit a home run with DeMarcus and just.
Well, he never scored.
Well, they were the Angels. They had a really good player that they just couldn't get their organization right with. And the Angels are doing well this year.
They had DeMarcus on third with less than 2 outs.
It's very possible though that DeMarcus is a ground rule double because the ball goes over the fence and you can't do anything else. No one else advances.
No,
and
they could have got him home. They couldn't get him home.
Yeah.
He set up your winning. He couldn't get you home. Small basketball talk. I agree with you though, Ham. I think the move.
I'm still stuck on the ground rule double part. I'm just working that all out in my head.
I agree with you, Ham. The Blazers need to move on from Dame Lillard, and it's tough because you got a guy probably the best player in the franchise's history, and he can still play at a high level, and to walk away from that, that's tough. That's tough. I get it, but they're in a situation, I believe, where if he says the goal is to try to win a championship and compete for a championship, they're not going to be in a space to do that. So you may have to move on from him, and that's tough. But I think, like you said, that's the move that needs to be made.
Yeah, and if you're Dame, you want to be part of the championship, right? You don't want to do the Mitch Richmond win championship with the Los Angeles Lakers, where you're sitting there clapping on the bench. And Dame can be part of a championship right now, and he can't be by the time this whole thing gets back on track, or at least it doesn't look like it. Because last time I checked, they went out and got Grant and they got Hart, and they went out and got some solid veterans. They went out and got Gary Payton III last offseason, and that didn't work. And this is a cycle that I saw the Kings keep doing. Like, okay, we're going to try one more time with DeMarcus. We're going to go out and get Marco Bellinelli. We're going to go get a backup center so DeMarcus can do some other things, and Kosta Koufis. And we're going to go out and get Rondo. And we're going to go, like, they kept trying to build those veterans around him. The Matt Barnes year where they brought back Omri, they brought in Matt Barnes, Aaron Aflalo. They just kept trying this exact same thing, and it never worked. So
that's not what Portland's doing.
Well, that's kind of what Portland did last year, and it's what they might do again.
But Portland at least has young guys there with, like, you still have Shaedon Sharpe. You have the 3rd pick in this year's draft.
Yeah.
You have Anthony Simons, who I think along with Yusuf Nurkic is being shopped quite a bit. I don't think it's quite the same as, that hodgepodge of players that you just mentioned right there that Sacramento went after. Like, you can see a potential young nucleus here. Dame would be the veteran in all of this. It's just, I think, to Dame's frustration, which Kenny and I were talking about earlier, is it probably take a while for all of this to come together for Dame Lillard. And truthfully, it might not come together in time for Dame Lillard. But I don't know. I don't know that I don't know. I can't make up my mind on, if I'm Portland, what I'd want to do with Dame Lillard, because you two are adamant he needs to be traded, and I'm not quite there yet.
I don't know. The Kings had lottery picks every year. They had DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah, but they didn't draft anybody worthwhile.
Well,
they never drafted anyone with the fraction of the upside that Shaedon Sharpe has.
Yeah, but upside and productivity.
Okay,
are
well,
totally
Shaedon
different.
Sharpe is good. So,
No, I mean, he might be really good, but
Shaedon Sharpe is.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly what he's going to be as a player. Like, we'd like to think that, like whatever projects, but like, I would still make the argument, like, the Kings had those opportunities, they missed. And again, Portland may have struck gold with him, but he's not a year away from being like a front line starter. He's probably 2 or 3, and that's tough. And if I'm them, like, again, you could wait one more year with Dame, I guess, but you're going to get diminishing returns every single year.
You just can't miss Thursday.
No,
I don't think they missed with Shaedon. I don't think they've missed with some of the guys that they cannot miss Thursday.
Yeah.
If they're keeping that pick and they're drafting it, or maybe they're doing something with it in the future or whatever, you have to get this pick right. Regardless of what you're doing with Dame Lillard, you have to get this pick right.
No, I agree 100%. And like, what is the right answer there? I'm not sure.
Well, it's 3-3, so it might be impossible to get wrong. right? Like unless
Well, Brandon Miller. I think Brandon Miller is the sketchiest.
Yeah, you could definitely.
someone outside of the top 3 who's better than Brandon Miller.
Yes.
No,
Okay.
the talent's too good. You can't. I mean, but that doesn't mean anything. You could take that talent and have it not work out. I mean, that's the way it goes. So I mean, if somehow Scoot Henderson falls in their lap, man, that's a building block that you just can't ignore. I mean, he looks like an all-star all over the place, and just the off the court stuff, just he's a dream. That's what I've in my conversations with people associated with the Ignite, they just absolutely love him and think that he is going to be one of the spectacular players in the league, not just on the court, but off the court. He's just so well put together and ready for the moment.
Tyrese better watch out. He's going to be on JJ's podcast every week.
There you go.
We'll talk more basketball with James Ham. Draft coming up on Thursday. We'll get his thoughts on what the Kings are going to do this week and what the next couple of weeks might look like for the Sacramento Kings. That's all ahead here. It's D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, they are. I'm gonna step out for a second.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi is bogging. It's trying to hold on.
It's back now. It was struggling for a second, but it's back now.
Yeah, it's been hit. I've been watching the little meter in the corner.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
How was your Father's Day, huh?
It was good. We went out on the lake, hung out on the lake. It was windy though, getting pushed all over the place. That's tough in a pontoon boat because you can anchor, but it's hard to get an anchor to stick with a big boat.
Pontoon boat.
What's that?
What's a pontoon boat?
It's a boat with pontoons. It's a big, giant, like floating living room. Like I have a barbecue on it and everything else.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So,
nice. Well,
yeah.
The wind really affects that when it's blown like it was yesterday.
Oh yeah, you just get pushed all over. Yeah. Let me see.
Seems a little scary.
No.
You ain't got no control.
No, you do. You have an engine.
Oh, well then. Oh, okay. I know. Okay, I know what those boats are then. Got you.
Yeah. So, I mean, let me see. I'm trying to see a bigger picture, but like the new version of my boat looks like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But like our lake's too small. I can't pull a tuber or anything on my boat. Yeah.
Hey, Ham needs to move to a bigger lake.
Nope, I'm good. No, we have a ski boat to pull wakeboards and tubers.
How many boats you got? 3?
I have me and the wife have the pontoon boat, and then we bought a speedboat for during the pandemic. Our son was 16, and everyone's stuck inside. So like while they were doing homeschooling and everything else for a year, him and his buddies were out learning how to wakeboard, and then my son has a 21-foot pontoon boat. But again, we got a pontoon. Someone gave us a pontoon boat off the lake that was totally destroyed, and him and my dad rebuilt it for a senior project.
Nice.
Yeah, so they built stripped it all the way down to the base, and it's been rebuilt like from top to bottom. Everything is new, which was a great project because my dad is he's got COPD and a bunch of he doesn't move around that well anymore, but he got to spend a couple of months building a boat with my son.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But it's cool because we link up and we tie the pontoon boats together, so we can get like 3 or 4 or 5 of them side by side, and then you can just hop from one boat to the next. And
party right there.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a party on the lake. Yeah, so Zion liked to motorboat too. Nice.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Endless.
People got to let Zion live.
Apparently, he has been.
True. Motorsport.
I got my suit and tie. Jesse, all over them YouTube algorithms, boy. Jesse Tapia, don't miss.
Oh no! You just don't tweet out where I said that Dame's just going to be a paperweight, really expensive paperweight. Yeah. Oh. I'm looking at Adam Schefter. He did an interview with Dalvin Cook, and Dalvin Cook goes to the Jason Jones School of Fuzzy Camera.
Oh boy,
the glam shot.
We're coming back, James. Back here with our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, my man James Ham. James dropped multiple podcasts over on the Kings Beat last week. Make sure you check those out as we head into the draft, as we head into free agency, as we head into a big couple of weeks for the Sacramento Kings and, of course, the rest of the NBA. James, let's start with the draft. We're getting closer here. There's not a lot of talk of, moving out of the 24, and there's just aren't those kinds of, not that kind of noise here around the 24th pick as there's been in years past. Is there a player yet that you've settled on that you go, I think I really like this guy?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of players that I really like. I think I would stretch and go for Trace Jackson Davis. We keep talking about the Kings needing a specific type of center to back up Sabonis. And this is one of the most productive players that we've seen at the college level. I mean, just incredible. 21 and 10, 4 assists, 2.9 blocks per game, can jump out of the gym. He doesn't shoot threes at all. And actually, he doesn't even take threes. He's only taken 3 in his entire college career and missed all 3. But he's the son of Dale Davis, and he's a guy that really, really stands out. He moves a lot like John Collins, but he's a little bigger built. But sort of that upright that you see from John Collins. He got a big wingspan. His shot blocking looks like it will translate, and his passing ability certainly does. He's also a guy that can get out and lead the break. And then the other guys I really like, Roddy brings up in the chat here, he brings up Leonard Miller. I don't understand why Leonard Miller isn't a top 5 pick in this year's draft, maybe a top 7 pick. Everything about him is it says he's going to be really good. Now, we've seen plenty of players like this fail, but he's a G League kid who in his last 15 games in the G League was just unstoppable. And 20 and 10 type player in the second half of the season. He had a 30 and 11 game. He can pass, he can shoot, huge wingspan, big hops. Again, good kid. But he's been a known, young prospect for a while through the high school ranks and stuff. I don't think he'll drop to 24, but if he does, the Kings would have to be, ecstatic. He's a super, super talented player. And then there's a lot of players that I don't get as prospects. You just look at them and think, okay, is there a world in which I see you where you're not a bust? And some of those players are no, there's not. I think there are a good lot of players in this draft around that range that have all kinds of potential, but have done nothing to make you think that they can actually live up to any of that potential. And so those are the guys that I really fear. And then the other guy, I like Olivier Maxence Prosper from Marquette. If he's available, if he falls, especially to 38, I think that would be a great move. If he falls to the early second round and you've got to give up pick number 54 to move up. He's a guy with, a lot of the raw skills, the raw tools that I think the Kings need.
Real quick, aside from the prospects at 24, there's been a lot of talk about OG and everything else like that. Do you think there's a deadline for that deal for the Kings, like having to be before the draft, or can they go draft and you still think a deal can get done after the draft?
That's a tough one because if you're really looking at what the Kings have to offer, one of the bigger chips they have is a 24th pick. So you would hope that, there was a world in which you could select somebody for a team. Just because if you like somebody at 24, that doesn't mean that another team would be like, hey, that's the player I would have selected there. Of all the players they could have taken, that's something that I really do think that there's a lot of value, or at least some value. And, we're hearing right now Portland is trying to shop 23 because, again, they're trying to build a team around Dame. And so you're going to have competition for some of that stuff, for some of the teams that want to jump in there. But, I could even see if there was a player that the Kings liked and they thought he'd make it to late first, early second, you could slide back just a little bit. But I don't know. It's going to be complex. And then the other thing is we're just now seeing some of that stuff from the new CBA. Like where we're seeing the second apron stuff today. The new CBA hasn't been out for everyone to digest. And so there's a lot of speculation as to what's in there, but until it's all hammered out and written into contract, it's not NBA law. And so I think some teams are still slightly confused. Even on the podcast with Eric Pincus, he started talking about there's a new exception, and actually multiple exceptions for second round picks, including one that lets you jump ahead as if they're finished with their second year. So you could sign a second round pick to a starting salary at $1.99 million. And that's intriguing because the Kings have been carving out some of that money out of the mid-level exception to go out and get Sasha Vezenkov. And I'm not sure that Sasha would take a contract at $2 million, but there is another avenue that wasn't there before that maybe you are able to go and get a player to come on board for a lower salary mark. And so again, I think that there's a lot of things we don't know about the new CBA, and it's going to take this week is going to be a lot of conversations with other teams about potential trades, or, a lot of groundwork with prospects and talking to other teams about who they think are going to go at what spots in the draft, because most teams have a good idea whether a player is going to go before them or not. You've had enough conversations. The teams have a better idea of the makeup of the draft than any mock draft out there. So that is all going to be muddied with a new CBA that's starting, a couple of days after the draft when free agency opens on the 30th.
As we get to the draft coming up, and I think we're a week from the start of that new CBA going into play, but really the legal tampering and free agency and all of that stuff. Kenny brought up, Jesse posed the question earlier. I thought this was an interesting one. I guess to start the conversation here, Jesse brought the question up, what if the Kings miss out on OG Anunoby? And we're reading all of these things about how the Raptors, they have a reluctance to trade him and all of these different things. Say, what if the Kings miss out on OG Anunoby? And what if they miss out on Harrison Barnes too? For whatever reason. Maybe this stuff with OG drags on too long. Maybe Harrison is just ready to go, whatever the case may be. Where would you go next?
Well, see, that's a problem because I think we could continue the what if. What if you offer Sasha Vezenkov a bunch of money and he just decides to stay in Greece because he's a superstar? And so we're talking about this offseason could be a great offseason for the Kings. They start filling a lot of the voids that have been there for the last couple of years. And there's also the flip side, the what if. And, we've heard Dallas is interested in Harrison Barnes. We're going to hear more teams that are interested in Harrison Barnes because Harrison Barnes is a good player. I mean, he started 82 games last year for the number 3 seed in the Western Conference. Great veteran, big time, community guy, everything else. Everyone knows it. Indiana is probably going to be interested, and you'll have Tyrese Halliburton talking him up and Buddy Hield talking him up. Like, there's going to be a market for him. So there is that concern. And, we've heard that the Kings, they have an idea what it's going to take to bring Harrison Barnes back. And they also, have had conversations with him, and it's whether or not they go a different direction. They'll have to, mend some fences, I think, a little bit, because you kind of left a guy hanging here, and he might not be willing to, number one, give you a discount, which I don't think he's going to. But number two, there might be some, residual if you make him wait and you're not aggressively seeking him out in free agency. And so if they don't, then we start jumping into a very weird talent pool. And I think there are like a handful of guys that are interesting forward, combo forward players. But a lot of them are on restricted free agent contracts. So you're going to have to outbid teams, and that's not great. Guys like Cam Johnson, guys like PJ Washington, you're not sure if you're going to be able to get them or not. One of the guys that I keep bringing up that I just think would be a really nice fit for the team, and I would think more as a reserve, but it's possible if he had to start for a year, that'd be fine. And that's Kelly Oubre. He's not a perfect player by any means, but he would bring more length, athleticism, a little fierce mentality that would probably do the Kings well. And then after that, I mean, there are guys, there's, is it Jalen McDaniels? They got traded to Philadelphia. Maybe he makes sense. Maybe a Darius Baisley, who the Kings looked at last year at the deadline and tried to get. Maybe a Matisse Thybulle. These are players that you can revisit that you didn't land last year. But I think in order to replace Harrison Barnes with what this next tier that we're talking about, it's going to take 2 of those guys. It's not going to be 1. And you need some flexibility, players that can play the 3 and the 4, because I'm not sure that I think the Kings in a perfect world would love to see Keegan Murray stick at the 3 and Sasha Vezenkov play a bunch of 4, but how much, we don't know. It's really going to be about how his game translates to the NBA level. So you're going to need depth there. And whether that's Trey Lyles or it's some other player out there, you need to improve. And, maintaining and improving, maintaining would be bringing Harrison Barnes back. Improving is going to be a lot more difficult if Harrison Barnes isn't there, because you have to get a talent equal to Harrison Barnes, and then you probably need 1 or 2 more players to go with it.
What do you think about Kyle Kuzma?
I've never been a huge fan, a lot because a lot of what he does fits the Kings, except for the fact he's not a great defender. He's okay, but he's not great. But he runs the floor great. He shoots the ball well. He rebounds better than a lot of the other power forward options that the Kings have. But he's also someone who seeks fame. He's a guy, that I'm not sure would want to be in Sacramento as much. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they can talk him into something. The Kings should have drafted Kyle Kuzma a few years ago. Without any question, they should have drafted him. What was that? The 2017 NBA draft. And like, he was just sitting there for them. And he came in, he tested well. He went to a small school at Utah State, or
I think it was was it just Utah?
Yeah, something. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah. But all of Dave Yeager's staff, they're really close with Larry Kristoyak, his college coach, and they were pushing for Kyle Kuzma because he fit what they needed, and the Kings didn't draft him. So he's not my favorite player. The fact that he's unrestricted makes him more obtainable than some of the other players. The fact that clearly Washington is going a different direction with their franchise, that tells you that there's a possibility to go get him. But he's not one of my top notch, you got to get this guy type players.
How far behind Kelly Oubre is he? A long way behind, right?
Well, I think, to be honest with you, he's a better player than Kelly Oubre, and I think that he fits better than Kelly Oubre. But I'm worried about, number one, the money, and I'm worried about just the overall fit and whether this is somewhere that he'd really want to be. Because you need to be all in. And with Oubre, the difference is that you have De'Aaron Fox make some phone calls, and they're old friends, and they're going to figure out ways to like make sure that everything's moving the right way. And with Kuzma, like maybe it's possible that it's the same thing, that he knows De'Aaron, or he knows a couple players on the team, and he feels like he would fit. But like fundamentally, like if you just look at him as a player and his stat sheet, he makes a ton of sense. It's just you're not getting any better defensively. You come back with Kyle Kuzma and Sasha Vezenkov as your two starting power forwards, and Keegan slides over to 3. I think you're a better team, but like, are you a better defensive team? And the answer is probably not.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just looking at something with like, because I was wondering, like, can Harrison and are Harrison and the Kings talking? Are they trying to get this like worked out now? And I see there's something in the new collective bargaining agreement, the new one that goes into effect in a couple of days, that says teams will be able to begin negotiations and discussions with their own free agents 1 day after the final game of the NBA Finals. So that goes into effect in 2 weeks. So technically, I don't believe the Kings and Harrison can talk for 2 more weeks. What caught my attention, what made me look that up, was I think Rich Paul had a little oopsie, because there's a quote from Adrian Wojnarowski regarding Draymond Green today. It says, clutches Rich Paul to ESPN on Golden State. Draymond Green declining player option. We will continue to talk to Golden State and explore all options. What?
Yeah.
What?
Squeeze me.
It was expected Green would opt out. Now he could talk with the Warriors, explore sign and trade in free agency. So maybe because he opted out today, he could talk to the Golden State Warriors. Am I misunderstanding this? It feels like the rules don't apply to everybody the same way.
Yeah, I think it's possible too that a lot of teams are living under the previous rules, that they're just looking at the previous rules under the new rules. That they're playing under the new rules. I'm going to guess that what is the NBA going to do?
Didn't abide by the rules to begin with.
No.
But I thought we were working on the old rules.
No, but normally you don't see one of the most prominent agents in the league just publicly acknowledge it. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, like a lot of these things are really interesting. And is it a direct quote, or is it a reporter who's like basically like rounding out a quote and saying something? Because like very specific language in a statement like that could be taken different ways.
Like when you quoted about how much better the Kings were than the 2016 Warriors.
Best offense of all time.
Best offensive
that
ever.
May have been taken out of context.
There was a lot of dots in that quote. I ain't never seen so many dots in a single quote in my life.
You know what I love is that they quoted me as saying, I think it was on Friday, that according to James Ham, it is unlikely that the Sacramento Kings trade for Bradley Beal. And that's because they read like one little line in a 2,100 word piece or something and pulled out that one little line, which I explained right afterwards exactly why the Kings probably wouldn't be fully in on this. And either way, I ended up being right. So that always feels good.
Hey, Draymond Green, would you be down for him being a Sacramento King?
I wouldn't, but I mean, that doesn't mean that Mike Brown doesn't feel a certain way about him. And to me, a lot of it isn't the crazy outlandish stuff. I don't love any of that. I just don't think he's a great fit. Like, he doesn't shoot the 3. He's not going to want to come off the bench. Like those are things. He's not better than Sabonis, and he's aging as a player, and you're going to have to pay a whole bunch of money for him. So for me, no. But it's again, it's like the Dylan Brooks discussion. Like, I don't love Dylan Brooks' style of play. The defender is sure, but all the mid-range shots, all the poor shot selection, like the me stuff on the court, not just the crazy stuff in the media. Like, that doesn't matter so much. It's that I just don't think he's a great fit. Now, are you better defensively? Yeah, you're better defensively with Dylan Brooks, but can he fit into a very specific scheme, or will he continue to freelance as a player? And I don't know. I think the answer, like, we can't ask a player to be something completely different after he's been the same player for 6 years in his career or something.
Oh, we don't have a ton of time to examine this one. We can spend more time on it. We were because I think with the Bradley Beal conversation and maybe like a different version of the OG conversation, just it kind of brought out like this Kevin Huerter stuff. Like, oh, Kevin Huerter could be traded, or would you upgrade, Kevin Huerter for this guy? And do you think Kevin Huerter, 15 points per game most of his career last year, do you think he's topped out? Like that's like you get the best Kevin Huerter, you're going to get what we got last year? Or do you think there's a little bit more room there for him?
No, I think there's plenty of room. He's 24 going on 25. I don't know if he's turned 25 yet. I haven't looked, but for me, Kevin Huerter probably learned a pretty tough lesson this year. And that is that if you're going to be in this style of offense where you're running off ball all the time and you're being asked to do like more than you were asked to do in Atlanta, which was like stand in the corner and wait, you need to be in like incredible shape. And I think he'll be a different player, because there were times in the season where Kevin lost his legs. And, when we talk about, oh, he's missing, his 3-point percentage is down. Like, he lost his legs. What happens when shooters lose their legs? And a lot of that was because he was asked to do all kinds of running. And the same thing about Malik Monk. I think there are times during the season where Malik Monk lost his legs. And, you're hoping that they'll come back with just a little bit more conditioning for the season and be ready for a full, not 82, but 100 or 92 or something more than 82, because that's where they need to be coming into this season.
Your internet's attempting to go on vacation a week before you.
It's trying, man. It survived, though. It survived.
No, it did. It made it. No ham freeze.
It survived.
No ham freeze.
It's not over yet.
Well, that's true. We've had moments where you have frozen, but we can hear you. We hear you just fine.
The radio don't even know what's going on.
The radio's just chilling. They just hear a little computer sound. They're used to that. 3 years into this, like, they're used to it. They know what that is. But we'll continue to count down into the NBA draft coming up on Thursday. Jesse, we've got live coverage of the NBA draft beginning at 4 o'clock on Thursday. So you can hear the NBA draft here on ESPN 1320. There will be no 8-hour show, but we've got you covered as it pertains to the draft. And of course, we'll be back with you to examine everything on Friday, but we've got to get there first, man. We appreciate you for being with us. If you're listening on ESPN 1320 or the Odyssey app and you want more D'Lo and KC, you want more NBA talk, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Giants. Damn it.
Did they lose?
No.
Oh,
that
was an aggressive.
Damn it.
Okay.
Are they winning, or that like?
They won.
I've been paying attention.
7 in a row.
Ah. All right.
Swept
Shout out to my guy Avery was listening. He said he texted me. Avery from the Kings.
Oh, right on, Avery.
Oh yeah. What's up?
Yeah, I don't know if he's listening on here or on the radio.
Us. Hey, James, just letting you know I'm listening. James, the hell with them other two guys.
Knowing Avery, he probably wanted me to say, "Hey, Avery Jacobs is listening. What's going on, Avery?"
Avery, you got any scoops?
Talk to me, man.
AJ in Sacramento.
AJ in Sacramento.
He's dating.
That's funny.
Somebody was like, "Oh, they're dating."
If this Juneteenth promo goes into Sage Steele on SportsCenter, I'm gonna fall out.
Oof.
I'm gonna fall out.
I don't think Sage wants any part of that.
What is the proper way to like celebrate, to say, Juneteenth? Like,
enjoy your freedom.
Yeah, I mean, is it?
I'm just kidding.
It's not like. Do you say Happy Juneteenth? Like, I don't know. Like, That's my question. Like I like being sensitive to the thing.
Like you say Merry Christmas or Happy Halloween, or like you do say Happy Juneteenth.
Well, yeah, I think like you can say Happy Veterans Day, but I think Happy Memorial Day seems weird. You know?
That's fair.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering.
Angela Rye dating Jalen Rose, by the way. That's right.
Oh.
Did we ever get confirmation on what Molly's
happened?
doing? Is she with your boy?
No, I don't think so. I think
really?
I think
Man,
those are rumors.
I don't know. Them two look like they. Them two
Jordan out there wilding.
look like
No,
they-
I'm not saying any of that, Jordan. Nope.
Jordan, you need to calm down.
No, I saw a tweet by, is it Hawley, the senator or whatever? Oh my gosh, like, bro, what are you thinking?
No.
Today was like, yeah, America. I think where slavery went to die. Like, the what? Like,
come on, bruh.
Come on, bro. All right. Sweet. Everything else good?
Yeah, man. We appreciate you. We'll get you through a couple of more and send you off to your vacation.
Sounds good to me. I think I can even be here on Friday, barring prospects coming in. We're leaving Saturday morning, so I'll be Saturday to Saturday, which is kind of a weird one, but yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll have my laptop, and I might be able to hop on from Mexico.
All right.
They're supposed to have really good Wi-Fi there. I don't know. It's probably better than the Wi-Fi at my house.
It's hot as hell right now in Mexico.
That's I'm slightly concerned that it's just going to be like muggy and gross the whole time. But
Corpus Christi, Texas, they're like 123 yesterday.
God Almighty.
We have until Saturday. I'm really hoping that it cools down by then a little bit. We get a little bit of a drop off. I don't know. You never know.
What's going on there?
All right. We love y'all, man. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hit the thumbs up before you go. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.